I'm just talking and talking and talking. I'm sitting up here talking like, oh, I've been craving a smoothie, and um, and I'm humming and moaning about how delicious the smoothie is, and did not realize that the mic was off. But anyway, we're here now. That's all that matters. But hey, legs. Hey, cookies and cream. Okay, so there's 29 of us. Very cool. Oh, Lex, let me get the thing for you. Um, see if I remember how to do this. Oh, yes, there we go. Okay. Okay. I still haven't figured out how to do the direct message yet. Um, let me see. Use the to get their attention. I promise you that ain't gonna work. Let me see. I promise you that ain't gonna work. But I'm gonna try it anyway. Let's see here. Seem like this should be so much easier than what I'm doing here, but let me try it. So I'm going to do that. Okay, I just did something to get your attention. Let me know if that works. Um, so far, it doesn't seem like it. Okay, yeah, that don't work. Okay, well, I'll just do it the regular way then. Here we go. Okay. And how about that? Did that work do anything? Oh man, I guess I should have figured this out sooner. Okay, I guess that didn't do anything either. Let me go take a look. Huh. Nope. Nothing, huh? Moo, 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 moo and I. Moo and I. We got the baby, baby, baby. Okay, you guys, here we go. I'm just gonna send it to you. Okay, you guys, this is for. Oh, wait. This is for Hazel and Legs. Yeah, this is for Hazel and Legs. There we go. Okay. And then I'm going to pin it. All right. Anyway, I have a date that I'm going to share with you guys once we get in. Okay. Device not connected. It says your device is not connected. They will need to connect their mic. Okay, yeah. If you can connect your mic, then I can get you up here. That's what it says, that your device is not connected. Oh, did I just kick you out? Oh, I'm so sorry. I think I just kicked you out. Mm. Oh, the smoothie is so good. I have to tell you what I put in here. Okay. They will need to connect their mic before you can add them to the stream. Yeah, it still says you need to connect your mic. Oh, there you go. There you go. Very good. All right, we got one up. Hey, Legs.
Yeah, how's it going?
Very good, thank you. All right, one more. We're waiting for Hazel. This smoothie is otherworldly. I put vanilla yogurt, uh, peaches, strawberry, raspberry, mango, banana. Oh, it's huge. Um, little orange juice, lots of ice cubes, and some vanilla protein powder. I think that's it.
Sorry, what was that? Do you hear me?
Oh yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay, good, awesome.
But okay, so in the meantime, well, we'll wait for Hazel. I'm sure she's doing something right now.
Gotcha.
Now, what do you think about my ideas about the situation, about the security?
Well, it's a little difficult to talk about just because, like, in terms of security, like, I don't know what C3 is expecting. I think the thing is that, like, he recognizes that they are not doing well, obviously, in the UK. Given like all the boos and like Republic, but he the problem is he's trying to do his best not to cave in for Harry and Meghan.
Right.
What I mean by that is that like that he literally went out for Trooper in Color. He went out and he basically nearly walked back in. And he realized all the issues that the Republic were giving him. Because my whole point is that like they should not, considering all the other European monarchies, they should not have British monarchy. And that they literally just gave out information that in the next 3 years they're gonna double the amount of payments, even though they're not doing the amount of work. That is very confusing for the people out of monarchy. And I think he doesn't want a Treaty of Versailles. And the thing is that he really, I feel like he's halfway in, halfway out in terms of recognizing the Sussex effect. And what I mean by that is that he see all these people going down that are trying to treat Meghan and Harry badly. Vanessa Phelps, done. She's gone. And she went against Harry and Meghan. Dan Wheaton, he's gone. He's treated badly in Harry and Meghan. All these people that are very horrible that literally William is paying. I feel like William is paying Dan Wheaton. They're not doing well. And they're aging like old cheese and they're doing horrible. Now Harry and Meghan throughout all of this are doing well. And they're being propelled. And so I think he wants to seem magnanimous. And so he wants to pretend that he loves these kids, even though like I don't know Charles' heart. All I can tell based off of how he has like literally adapted in all this, that he was willing to strip Harry and Meghan's home. He's willing to put them in danger. and he has yet to Zoom them. Like they try to make them against actual the Queen and a Philip. The Queen and Philip zoomed them. They zoomed them often, and Charles has never. We have not heard of Charles actually doing that. So Charles really doesn't care about Harry and Meghan's kids. So what Charles is doing, he knows Invictus. He wants some of that love. He wants some of that flavor from Harry and Meghan with Invictus. So he knows he has to do something. So whether he loves Harry and Meghan or gives them anything, he wants to pretend that he does. Now the thing is that, like what we've seen with Althorpe, Harry loves his mom. He's going and his family going to see Spencer. So because they know that he's going to see the Spencers, they are pretending, or he is pretending, like, oh, look, I gave him everything. He can do this. Like, the problem is that he doesn't want Harry and Meghan being associated with the Spencers, just like they didn't want with the Spencer type tiara. They did all their best. We all know, at least what we perceive, is that the Spencers offered the tiara because the Windsors didn't offer a Meghan a tiara. But yet they swooped in at the last moment to offer her tiara so that she doesn't have a Spencer tiara. Just like, if we remember correctly, in 2025, actually, Harry and Meghan were trying to get the kids' passports, and they were stalling it for like 2 years or 1 year. But eventually they're like, you know what? Screw it. We're not going to be Sussex anymore. We're going to be Spencer. And then all of a sudden, their passports got approved. They would rather have them be Sussex than be Spencers. Because Harry and Meghan basically like, look, you want to be like this evil? We're done with it. We don't have patience for it. So yeah, they still want some control over Harry and Meghan's life, and to treat them like crap, for lack of a better word, and pretend that he actually cares. I don't think he actually really does. So they know Harry's coming for Invictus. They want some of that spotlight, and they want to pretend like they actually did well. Yet at the same time, I think what they also want to do is be like, what they want to wait for Harry and Meghan to leave, and then they'll pretend that, oh, Harry and Meghan, we can get all these stories on Harry and Meghan. They were horrible, they were this and this and that, to pretend that they have an inside scoop and treat Harry and Meghan directly, to pretend that Harry and Meghan are taking the British public's money. So that's why he's like pretending to be like, oh, well, I paid for this, I paid for that. Even though I personally think the whole time Harry and Meghan will actually be at a private hotel and the Spencers. I don't think they're doing any actually royal residence. But that's what I believe.
I think they would be safer at a like a 4 or 5-star hotel than on a royal property. Hazel, how are
I'm
you
here.
feeling? How you
I'm
feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I'm being spoiled. I'm at my brother's house temporarily.
Oh, okay.
So I got suburban internet, which is janky.
Well, it sounds good on our end.
Okay. We'll see how long it lasts.
Okay.
But anyway,
Well, it's nighttime. Maybe it's better at night.
hopefully, I think they'll stay at a hotel or something like that, or a friend's house.
Yeah.
Both Charles Spencer and Charlie Windsor are both opportunists, you know. So they're both gonna mine the visit for gold, in my opinion. You know, because look at Charles Spencer. Two of his daughters got married, and neither one of them had the tiara. He wasn't present at either one's wedding.
Really? I didn't know that.
He's not father of the year. So, you know, they're 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. He's just better at PR.
You know, I had a feeling about him, and I don't know, I was just thinking, um, when someone said that, that it was something to do with the Althorp estate, and I'm just like, I'm not sure that he would even want them any attention unless it benefits him. But if it's going to irritate him, then he doesn't care what's good for them. He would rather they're not there if he's not going to get something out of it.
Exactly.
I think there can be two sides to the same coin, and what I mean by that is that, like, Charles Spencer, I think that he has gotten a bad rap from the British media for protecting Diana. But yet at the same point, I do agree. I feel that he does do things that benefit him. And I think he wants Harry and Meghan there to visit Diana to benefit Althorp. Yet at the same time, I think that he is it's hard to say this because it's hard for me with like in terms of pictures versus tabloids, you know what I mean? Because he and his sisters came to the Invictus 10-year event.
Yes, they did.
Right. They did.
We found out via Spare that Harry, and William would come every year for Diana's burial. They always came. Now, we found out through Spare also that Meghan came with Harry towards the end. Now, I think Harry wants Meghan and the kids to come to honor Diana every year. So I think while they're like, if they go to Althorp, they will be honoring that. Yet at the same time, I feel that I don't trust. So what I feel about my trust issue. I feel that Harry and Meghan and their kids coming into the UK, Charles will leak when they get in. Like, I'm sorry, like based off of what happened in Australia, when the Australian public was like, or the media was like, oh, look, they're landing now on this plane at this seat. I'm like, why do you know the seat? Why do you know when they're landing? That is a security issue. That is a problem. And you all have no problem displaying this. That is a concern. When Harry came to just see if Charles was ill, they leaked what plane he was on. And I'm so confused being in the U.S. because we had video footage of the helicopter saying, like, oh, this is the plane. He's getting off it at this moment. I'm like, wait, what? Like,
oh, yeah, they were all branched out at the airport.
Yep, remember that? My problem with that is that in the U.S., you cannot be close to an airport if you have a helicopter. So I'm like, what is this? Why are you that close to being at, you all are literally pure viewing when he gets off the airplane and if he takes a side route. And the whole way to the palace, there were like paparazzi lined up knowing the exact route. And I'm like, whoa, that they know the exact route to line up and they take pictures of him was enough for me. And I'm like, wow, Charles is a horrible person. That you lined up people to be like, oh, go this way and I'll make sure you get pictures of Harry. And then Harry went to see him. I can only imagine what to talk about, but I'm imagining that he's like, yeah, so you're gonna work for us for a little bit. Harry's like, what? No. And he's like, well, I don't need to talk to you. It was 20 minutes, and they tried to berate Harry for that. Like, look, the king knows, da da da. They were doing all this stuff like, oh, the king doesn't have time to see him. Whoa, Harry literally took this much time to fly over to see him when he's sick. And Charles' whole point is like, I want to berate you to show you how much power I wield over you and treat you badly. They did this whole thing for 3 or 4 days to try to be like, Charles showed him who's boss. But then they forgot because Harry came over back to the U.S. and he was in Vegas announcing the best winner of that year. And the people were like, wow, oh my God, we didn't expect Harry to be here. And then Harry was doing well, but then the British media was like, how dare he leave Charles to go to Vegas? But it's like the whole time before that, they were trying to treat Harry badly. And I'm like, well, you all were trying to be like, well, Charles got him. You can't just see the king. And now they're like, well, how dare he leave to do something instead of dealing with Charles? It's like, wait, Harry okey doked you all. But the whole point you were trying to be like, look, Charles can command Harry at a whim's moment to come to UK and be treated like shite. And that's what you all wanted to highlight. And I'm so confused. And I'm like, wait, you all just pointed out how horrible Charles is to Harry. And now you're like, oh, how dare Harry do this to his poor father? Which is the same thing that's happening now, because now that we have confirmation, we just literally saw them be like, oh, well, like, remember the snub to Sandringham? Remember they were like, they literally just said that actually, well, the Sussex, well, they got snubbed at Sandringham because no one trusts them and all this other stuff. And I'm like, wait, they didn't ask to go. You all are doing all this snubbing and faking this again. So I don't know. It bothers me because Harry and Meghan going over there, like, I don't really care about them meeting Camilla and Charles. Personally, I actually don't care about them supposedly kneeling to him. I personally think Meghan should be kneeling to anyone because she doesn't have a king, because she's actually American. And Archie and Lilibet technically are American. But it's weird to hear about, wait, you're kneeling to family members? Isn't that weird? But whatever.
Which is why Meghan was fascinated that was a thing behind the scenes. She thought it was just in front of the camera. But no, that's everywhere.
Yeah, that is very weird. And maybe it's just us speaking as Americans, but it's very weird for people to be like, oh, I'm sorry, let me show you deference. No, you all, like, I think what the problem is with this whole issue is it's the classism issue. The whole point is that, like, we have no meritable aspects of ourselves. We're, like, in the U.S., we have meritocracy. We're like, you go to school, oh, good, you got your master's. Oh, you're good, you got your PhD. Oh, good, you got your MD. Oh, good, you got your JD. That is who defines you. For some reason, in the UK, all that defines you is the OBE, OME, or whatever the heck it is, like that. And people use that to try to elevate themselves, so that they try to pretend that Meghan cares enough about it. Meghan doesn't care about a title. Like,
well, oh, I'm sorry. Those alphabets that haven't been around that long, has it? Didn't most of those titles come during, like, the Edwardian period when they started the
things like OBEs, and those came with George V, I believe, gave out medals to people who served in the World Wars, World War I, and so on, and those came with that. But the Garter,
that's
old, and all those other ones are old.
So Royal Victorian Order, of course, that can't be so old.
Well, Royal Victorian Order was Victoria, Queen Victoria.
Right. So that's probably about 150 years old.
Yeah, about that. 200, yeah, well, 150 years old.
People get those, but those other ones are a damn a dozen.
Well, no one gets them anymore. Oh yeah, they still get them. I'm sorry, they still do get them. But right, and even that they changed, because you used to have like 5 classes of it or something like that, and they cut it down. But yeah, but you know, people like those things, and the people, the title class, what can you say? England, you know, that's them with their titles and stuff, and they just lorded it over people and
added to their stationery.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it's so weird, like, when I hear about these different titles and stuff like that, like, if you think about, like, all the different actors, all the English, particularly English actors that come over to the U.S., because they come to the U.S. because they start doing well, right? And they use the U.S. as a way to propel their actually acting career. Like, those orders, none of us follow that because we don't care. And so, like, they still only bring it up when they go back to England, right? You know, and so, like, it's very weird to hear people be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you need to address me as sir," and like you expect an American citizen to know the whole issue of, like, these royal peerages? Like, we don't care. we don't care and we won't care. And if you try to show as a way for us to show deference to you, okay, you can get the heck out of here at that point. Because my whole point is that like it's very weird to find many British actors or actresses to make their name in the academy. Not necessarily be English. I have no problem with them being English, but they actually take a lot of different American roles, and then they show deference to that crown. And I'm like, wait, so it's very weird just because Americans, we don't show deference to the crown, right? So when they're showing deference, it's like, wait, you've acted 1,500 times to be an American. And now you're showing deference to a crown that we don't observe. We're like, and you want us to address you as a sir or a miss. We're like, sorry, we won't do that. You know, it's very weird.
Yeah, you play Harriet Tubman, you play Martin Luther King, you play all these civil rights leaders, and then you go over there and take your mama to Windsor Castle so you can pick up your trinket. That is not comfortable.
Yeah, it's very weird. Like, for instance, case in point, Catherine Blanchett. I have no problem with her. But like various times, like I don't know if you remember the movie The Gift. She was like this Louisiana or whatever Southern mom that had visions, whatever it is. I actually totally forgot that she was actually British. Now she did all those things where she was first well known for being Elizabeth. Like 99, she did Elizabeth, and she did Elizabeth the Golden Age. That put her on the map, right?
Right.
But then she goes into Blue Jasmine, which is basically a new redefined version of Streetcar Named Desire, and all this other stuff. And I'm like, oh right, and she does Carol, she does all this LGBTQ stuff, and I'm like, oh, I keep forgetting she's British. But she takes all this accolades and like, oh, like yes, and then she goes to work with Prince William. Like it was this one point where she was doing this thing in Britain, and he's like, I'm going to attach myself to you because you're a popular American actress, but you're actually British, and people forget that.
Australian.
Oh,
Australian.
Forgive me for that. And I'm like, geez, like, why do you show deference to William? It's like the whole thing with Robert Irwin. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why are you giving this guy all of your attention? It's very weird to me. It's like someone calls them up and they're like, yes, we will show deference to him. At least the people for Earthshot, I got to give them people Earthshot point because they are all about the purse. They're like, he paid me $1 million. I am here. Well, at least with all this other stuff, Irwin was like left out in the hot heat, and he still showed deference to the guy. And I'm like, I'm so confused by this. It's very weird.
It reminds me of Pearl Bailey, the Republican. Pearl Bailey, the ultimate Republican. She even became I think Nixon called her the ambassador of love. And what it was is just basically hitching his wagon to her popularity, a chance to say that, well, I can't be so bad. I mean, after all, look at Pearl Bailey.
It's so weird. Like maybe it's just an Americanism in terms of like we speak our mind. Like we don't have a king, and so like the thing is that we would do things for our country. Like look at the Olympics. I would love to represent my country, right? But we separate our country from politics, right? You know what I mean? So like if people are representing the Olympic committee to go into the Olympics, they work their hardest for that. They're not representing the president of the country. They do their own thing, right? Like so, like if a president's like, well, all these people is like, no one cares. And looking case in point, like our current president, he's doing this thing on the mall to try to highlight each state. And some states like, yeah, pass. We won't show anything because they don't want, because he does his best to co-opt everything that a state would do or anyone would do for himself. And they recognize that. They're like, look, you try to co-opt everything that we are. We don't want you representing us. So,
Did you? Oh, I'm
yeah.
sorry.
No, continue.
Did you hear that there was actually a committee to raise funding for the 250th birthday of the United States, and that these committees were doing bipartisan planning for this big 4th of July Independence Day week? But because Donald Trump, they allege, wanted to funnel money to his cronies, that one by one people started dropping away, just like they did with the Kennedy Center. And so now you have this huge area with all of these pavilions, and it's supposed to be like, the World's Fair, but instead it's the State's Fair. And there's either very poor representation or none at all. I think 2 states are sharing the same tent or whatever. It's a disaster. I cannot believe, because I lived through the bicentennial. I was here in 1976. I remember everything was red, white, and blue. The CTA trains, red, white, and blue. Everything was about 200th birthday, 200th anniversary. That was all that. It was like a whole year-long festivity. Every place you turn, every company, everybody was celebrating 200 years. But this time around, nothing.
Nothing. It's sad. It's very sad.
Yeah, what's interesting about this time, like, see, I wasn't around during the bicentennial. I came in and I was born in the 80s. But, like, for instance, I know the various quarters, I was a numismatist. If people don't know what numismatist is, that means you collect foreign money just in general. But I was numismatist for the United States as well as all over. Anyway,
I'm sorry, what is it called?
Numismatist.
Numismatist.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay.
But basically, I was a coin collector and a money collector, and I loved very foreign. Particularly, I was a foreign money collector, but I really loved the 1966 because they had so many unique coins in our own economy at that point. So I had a 50-cent piece. So I don't know if people remember what a 50-cent piece is. Those aren't normally traded. But that had the face of Kennedy. So the normal numismatist would have a Kennedy face on the front. On the back, it was American Eagle.
But this one had the Liberty Bell, right?
Close. It had actually Philadelphia, the Independence Hall or whatever it was called.
Oh, okay.
In 1976, the 50-cent piece had an Independence Hall on the back of it. And I know that because I had 3 50-cent pieces. I had one from 1976, and the other 2 were from whenever. And like that was the difference. I had $2 bills. Money from 1976 had a different thing on the back. It was very patriotic. And so, like, I remember 76 because the money was different. So, like that was collectible for me. And it was
I see it. It says here it's worth $500.
Exactly. So I had all that money with the various different coins with the different back things on it. In 1976, it was I wasn't born then, but I realized I was very patriotic because I had all this. I was like, wait, why is this money different? But they actively did that during that time.
Oh my God, you're gonna make me go through my coins.
No, like if you go through pennies during that time, you can tell exactly when they switched pennies from copper to the fake whatever we have now, because it said 1 cent back in the day, and then it switched to Lincoln Memorial. So, but
yeah,
it was 1 cent. It actually had more of the copper, but then they realized copper was too expensive, so they switched to something else. So I collected money. It was very easy to grab money and look at the back and see how how much it worked versus it wasn't worth. Back, particularly in the '90s when I was a kid. Like, and so like, but being a so people don't know what a numismatist is, but being a numismatist and collecting coins, I recognize the difference. I had all the actually not even foreign coins in state different money. And my grandma, when I was in Chicago growing up, she worked at the Federal Reserve. So I asked her, she would always get the money before they got distributed. So I was like, "Oh, can you give me some 50-cent pieces, or can you give me this?" And she's like, "Well, I'll see." And she she's like they get out, they go out very quickly. Oh my God, I remember I used to go to the currency exchange to try to see if they had money before they sold it out. People people probably don't know what a currency is. Yep, that's exactly the coin. That's exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I remember
Yeah,
that.
currency exchange is a place where you cash checks and pay bills. The only thing you can't do there is exchange currency.
That's very true.
That's the only thing you can't do is exchange currency. That you need to go to a bank, and you better have a bank account.
Yep. Nope. See, exactly. You have this 50-cent piece of it. That's exactly what it had on the back of it. It was these. That was very specific. So people don't know about 50-cent pieces, but 50-cent piece had Kennedy on the front, but for 1976 it had that Independence Hall in the very back. It was very specific.
Well, we know now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to go through my coins because I can remember the Liberty Bell, but I don't remember the Independence Hall.
Nope, that was 1976 only. In all the other years, it literally, you look at the back of it, it has an American Eagle. You know how pissed I was when my brother stole that and sold it? I was like, ah! I was I was ready to rip his throat out, but it's okay. You know, he
Well,
was
see,
young, he didn't understand.
I have a theory about coin collecting. You better sell it because either that or it's gonna die and you're gonna die with it in your possession, or somebody's gonna steal it and spend it without even getting the real value of it.
I got the latter.
Always happens.
Mm-hmm.
No, like that coin. See, I didn't even know how much it was worth during that time. My mom got it for me because, like, I had a couple of I had a couple of 50-cent pieces, and I got to give my mom the credit because she was security, and she had a lot of friends that were not from the U.S., but they were um immigrating here. But they ran across all this money that they was buried. They would find stuff. They were like, "Oh, here's money that we found." Like, and so she gave that to me because she was like, "Oh, I know you like money and stuff, and you do things with it." And they found all this, and when they gave me the 50-cent piece, I was like, "What?" First, I loved it was 50-cent piece because I always love money, uh, money in terms of being different. But she was like, "Oh, they said this was good for you," and so I gave it to. She gave it to me, and she had no idea how much it was worth. I was like, "What?" I was like, "You do not know how awesome this is. This is a 1976 50-cent piece. It is unique." Like she was like, "What?" Because she gave me three at the same time. She gave me two that were just had the regular flag. I mean, eagle. But then she gave me this one, and I was like, "Whoa! Do you not know how to rare this?" And she's like, "Well, I don't know. They said it was 76." And I'm like, "But this is very rare. It's very unique." She's like, "Oh, okay." She just didn't appreciate it, and I was like ecstatic because I was like, "How rare do I get stuff like this?" But and they had no idea. They were like, "Oh yeah, here, sure, we find this all the time." And I'm like, "Okay, bring more of this." And then, yep, this is exactly, yeah, the ones you're showing with the American Eagle. That's exactly what was on the back of the other ones. And so it's just like it threw me off, and I'm like, "Do you all not know how rare money is?" And I guess I was the only one that knew about rare money at that time. That was just before they started doing the 50. I'm sorry, the quarter with the states. They started in '99 with they would put a new state. I think it was 4 states every year. When they started with Delaware, because Delaware was the first to ratify the Constitution, but they put a
Well, I'm seeing prices that are all over the place. Uh Legs, I can't hear you. Are you still there? Uh is your mic on or something? Just so you know, I
like I was like,
yeah, you kind of blanked out for a second there.
I'm sorry. Yeah, but no, that was very unique during the bicentennial for the 50 cent piece. And
Yeah,
people
and right now it's just flat. There's no sense of celebration. There's
no.
no I haven't seen any companies like promote anything.
Mm-mm.
It's like just another Independence Day.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, nothing to it. Just another Independence Day.
I feel that maybe once we get beyond what the government's doing right now and we go beyond it, I think people might care again. Because do you remember, like, we in 2020, we were supposed to not have Andrew Jackson on the $20 bill. We were supposed to have like Harriet Tubman. Everyone voted in the U.S. It's supposed to be Harriet Tubman. And and basically the person that came in 2016 stopped all of that. He was like, "We're not doing this. We supposed."
Yep.
They pointed out we need to have a woman, and then they want to highlight that it was a woman of color that they wanted to put there, and he just got rid of all of it. He stopped everything. He went to Treasury because, like as many people point out, Andrew Jackson was against the Federalists. He was against the National Bank. So they're like, wait, why is he on our money? He shouldn't be on it in the first place. So
right.
like,
Not to mention all of the Native Americans he killed.
Yeah, so that's another thing, right? Like he was against the federal government in the first place. So they're like, well, he shouldn't be on the money. And also, do we want to put that forward? But Trump, I hate saying this thing. But anyway, he put that forward because obviously the problems with him is that he wants to be remembered. He thinks he's that new incarnation of that person. So he's like, no, we need to remember him because he wants people to remember himself. So that's what he's doing this whole second actual environment of him. He's putting his name on everything because he wants people to remember him. But he recognized we're just going to take it all off. We're like, no, like if he could, he would put himself on Mount Rushmore. But normally, presidents are remembered by the people, their predecessors. No one's going to remember him. We won't remember him because we don't want to remember him. He knows that. That's why he's put his name on everything.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a big purge whenever he's gone. I mean, I hope whoever comes in there got the guts to clean house. Just, and for some reason Biden did not do that.
See, normally the way the presidents act is that their predecessor, they give them the honor of the president. Presidency. So, for instance, Obama ran against, say, for instance, George Bush policies, right? But he didn't attack him once he was in office. He was like, no, I'm going to do my own thing. I'm going to focus and stuff like that. They always, people before him, they're like, okay, you were here. I won't say anything about you. After I'm in office, I will point out that, like, well, although I didn't agree with your policies, you were elected leader of this nation. You do your own thing. I'm not gonna go. So they let them retire gracefully, and they don't say anything. Trump, on the other hand, I hate saying it, came in and he just was against Obama, and people were like, "Oh yeah, that's great. You're against him." But then they were like, "Wait, but you're not showing who you are. You're just still against him. And you're not gonna attribute yourself to it. You're just gonna be against him. That doesn't work in terms of presidency." So he still talked about Obama even after he was in there, and people were like, "But you're the president now. You're supposed to actually be president." And
you talk about Obama, Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi.
Yep. And so then all of a sudden, when he won again, people were like, okay, well, he should be the president. But now look at him. He's like, oh, Biden did this. Biden. I'm like, wow, you don't know how presidents act because they don't talk about their predecessors after 2 years. They just work. They realize that they're the person who running the country. So he's still stuck. And so the thing is that he realizes that Obama did so much. That's why he tried to dismantle everything. I don't know if you remember, but even in Alaska, like they renamed Mount McKinley because like basically someone put their name on the mountain there, but it was Delaney. I don't know if I said it correctly. It was Delaney for I don't know how long for the local people. So when he came in,
Oh, Denali.
Denali, yeah.
And so
don't ask me how I got that. That was good, even for me.
No, I agree. So he was so bitter that he was like, "Oh, did Obama do this? I'll change it back." People were like, "No, we wanted it to be Denali for forever, but it was McKinley for I don't know how long." And so he was trying to erase everything Obama did because he didn't want people to remember Obama. But the problem is, people are like, "Well, no, this is what we wanted," and so like that's why like he wanted to get that's why he wanted to get rid of healthcare because he was like, Obama did healthcare. People like healthcare. I'm going to get rid of it, and people will be happy.
Well,
like,
this is. I'm sorry. I was going to say this is why we're in Iran now, is because he tore up that treaty that Obama negotiated, and now it's going to cost us what 30 times more. I think they said what $30 billion or something like that we have to give. I mean, it's not our money; it's their money. But we're about to give them $30 billion or whatever it is, $80 billion. That wouldn't have happened, at least not at this quick, with Obama. But he tore up that like whatever nuclear treaty just for the sake of doing it, just because it had Obama's name on it. And everybody was saying that was the best possible deal. And Iran was willing to live with it. And then you come in there and you tear it up. And what do you know? Here we are at war with somebody that it ain't even that we can't defeat them, that we should not defeat. Because if you do that, then the whole global economy is going to go down the tubes.
No, I'm so glad you brought that up because I was trying not to bring that up. But no, that's why we're there now. Yes, exactly. Because it was a JCP something A. Well, it was the Iran deal, and it gave Iran 1.4 billion in terms of the money that was actually there.
Their money.
We had for their own money, and they were like, "Oh, this is a horrible deal, whatever it is." But like the thing is that like right now, currently, in fact, because of him and Israel going in to attack Iran, it has damaged our reputation in the Middle East. And in fact, they have destroyed more of the Americans' like different bases there and damaged them.
Like 22 of them.
Yes, because of the conflict.
About 40 years of about 40 years of, well, longer than that, because this all started in 73, I think, the petrodollar economy. And so we kept building bases, guaranteeing the security of all of these little kingdoms and such. And then in exchange for that, they would take the money from their oil and invest it in the West, which is why they own so much in the West. And after that war started, they found out that Iran had missiles that will fly up to the house, knock on the door, wait for you to say, "Who is it?" and then just blow up the whole thing. I mean, just stuff that and then they were even like trolling them, saying like, "We haven't even got the good stuff out yet. Just wait, it's coming." It was a war of attrition, a war that never should have happened, a war that has cost us probably $1 trillion or more, and we have nothing to show for it but a grilled ass, because they have drugged the United States all across the hot sands of the desert.
You know where Iran got those missiles, right? You do know where they got them from, right?
No.
Oh my God! Like, no, this goes back to Nixon. This was the Iran Contra.
Oh, you mean Reagan?
Reagan.
Sorry, Reagan, yes. But it's the Iran Contra. So Iran at that point bought missiles and munitions from the U.S. In fact, because we were selling the cocaine from Panama. This is the Iran Contra with what's his name? Arnie North. What's his name?
Oliver North.
Oliver North. Yeah.
Yeah. Like literally, we sold munitions to Iran because we were selling their drugs to get money, and it's amazing because this is what it all is, and like all U.S. wars are based off of stuff that we did. Like, remember the Cuban Missile Crisis? That was
right.
Because we put Castro in power, and we were like, oh, we put the people to revolt against them. The same thing with Colombia. Colombia had all of Panama, remember? But we told the Panamanians, like, no, you need to revolt against them because basically Colombians wouldn't let us build the Suez Canal. I mean, not Suez Canal. What's the canal? It's the Panamanian Canal.
Panama Canal.
Yep. And so we got the Panamanians to revolt against the Colombians so that we can make the Panama Canal in there. We gave it back to them after 100 years. So the Iran Contra was part of that stuff where we paid what Iranians got our munitions from us. where we got the money, we sold the drugs that we got acquired in South America to go for. It was just, oh Jesus, it's so weird. So that's why, like, when Bush's father was going in Portugal, I'm like, no, you're not going there for those people. You're going because you, like, was it Saddam Hussein? We trained him. We also trained Osama bin Laden. We trained Osama bin Laden to go after the Russians. We paid and trained Saddam Hussein to go after the Iranians. And so it's like Bush was going into Iraq because of his father's war. And I'm like, can you all quit paying these people to come in to fight supposedly for America? Because the thing is, absolute power corrupts absolutely. They realize, like, well, I don't have to follow you. That's the same thing with the Cuban Missile Crisis. I mean, sorry, the Cuban like Fidel Castro. We paid him to go in, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm going to be communist." They were like, "Wait, you can't be communist because we paid to put you in there." He's like, "Yeah, I am." And so then apparently we hate communists because it's like we hate them because they went against us, and it's like,
right.
Geez.
And then remember, Castro didn't start out as a communist.
He did not.
He became communist when we blockaded them, and then he had no choice but to accept help from the Russians.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you. My God, Hazel. Thank you. I'm so
well. The U.S. had put nuclear weapons in Turkey, and the Russians were only responding in kind by putting their missiles in Cuba.
Yep.
And so what most American people didn't know is that the U.S. had took those missiles out of Turkey with the agreement that the Russians would take theirs out of Cuba. So it was like they're selling the United States people that, it's not, they love to say 90 miles off the coast of Miami or whatever.
Yeah.
But the truth is, we had a whole arsenal in Turkey, X amount of miles from Moscow. So they were just responding in kind. It wasn't like they just like, we're going to just do this just to be doing it. But they have been fighting a war of proxy, I'm going to say, since probably Korea. So the Russians and the Chinese were going after the Americans in Korea. And then the Americans, went after. Well, and then also in Vietnam, you had the communists with Russia going after, and China going after the Americans in Vietnam.
Yep.
And then likewise, you had the Americans targeting the Russians by proxy in Afghanistan.
Yep.
And so now we're doing it again with Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And probably some other stuff that I've forgotten about, where like even with I believe it was Syria, you had the Russians on one side in Syria, and then you had the United States in that little country we dare not speak about in the Middle East, the size of New Jersey. You had you had, you had them on the other side. So, yeah, the war of proxy has cost so many lives and so much money, and the only people that win are people that are not trying to build up their militaries to the point that they should never be used. They're the ones that win.
Mm-hmm.
So, let me see. I don't know if there was anything else. I'm trying to think. I guess that's the only thing that's really important right now is this: will they or won't they, and how is this going to work out? But I do hope that I want them to go. I want Harry and Meghan to go. I want them to take the kids, not just for us to see, but I believe this is important to Harry. I think this is like the best opportunity to do it while Charles is still alive. And the longer they wait, the worse it's going to be.
Right.
So it just has to happen. And I do not want to put anybody's kids at risk. I don't want to put them at risk, but I just want to believe that it'll work out, and that that everybody will get what they need out of it, and hopefully this will open the door long term where Harry can come and go, because they have to work. They their philanthropy, their humanitarian work is important to both of them, and that is one of the conduits is through the UK. So it needs to happen, and I think it's been too long. I think it's been way too long, and the more that we discuss it on platforms and in the press and such, the more unlikely it is to happen. So I say make a plan and stick to it.
Right. I don't know. I guess they just rip the Band-Aid off and go. Do what they have to do. Don't spend too much time with either Charles, because I don't think it's a good idea, and get the hell out,
Mm-hmm.
And I think, I feel bad for Harry, and everything. And I know he's got a lot of stuff. And I know he has a lot of stuff to work out. And I just hope he gets on with it and does it sooner rather than later, because there's a lot of stuff there, and there's a lot of people who aren't very good. And I think he puts his trust in some people that he shouldn't put his trust in, like his uncle Charles Spencer.
Mm-hmm.
And whatnot. I also feel like the headquarters for Invictus should move.
I agree. I really agree.
I've said that a long time ago, and I'm going to say it again. It should move. It should go. He can move it to The Hague. If he doesn't want to move it to the US, move it to The Hague. Move it somewhere else in Europe. But The Hague would be a good place. I mean,
It's
and
the
whatever
neutral ground.
is neutral, right?
See, the problem is that like Harry, like he's it's not a problem that he loves the UK because good for him for loving the UK. The people of the UK are great. The problem is that it's so much ingrained in the UK people, like not people, but like the people who make decisions, that like you had to do fealty to the royal family. And so
Right. It's ingrained in some of the people too.
And so they're gonna find the need to always do fealty to that institution. And they will always be like, well, no, you need to actually give this institution some credit because this institution is who made you, and you need to kneel to them. You know, I look at them like, wait, why do someone need to give someone? Like all this nonsense stuff gets pushed in and no one questions it. I look back, like for instance, right now that the UK is going through this crisis, we just found out on Friday they're gonna double the amount of money they give to the royal family. Like, wait, why? Like, you don't have more royals.
But it's baked into it. Who was the prime minister that made sure that they never had to go hat in hand, that they would get an automatic increase every year? Was that Gordon Brown or?
No, it was David Cameron.
David Cameron. That's
then you should also know that David Cameron is a descendant of William the Fourth.
Okay.
So William the Fourth had no legitimate children.
Oh, got you. So I sit here and I'm like, wait, like,
are you trying to say he's a bastard? Is that what you're trying to say? Are you calling him a bastard?
I'm calling someone up his line a bastard. But there's a lot of that. I mean, Diana, everyone talks about Diana descended from royalty, but Charles II didn't have any legitimate children either. You know? Okay. So there you go. There's a lot of people around there with that blood, but you know, so but yeah.
So my whole point is like, I'm like, wait, so these people are actively, no one likes them, but the people know of them. And these people are getting by just because people know of them. And they're scamming everyone. It's like, wait, you're taking more money. Wait, you're a billionaire? You're still taking money from people? Why is this an issue? Tax the hell out of those people.
I don't think Parliament wants to undo that. Undo that agreement. Remember, they just signed it again when Charles became king.
They did. And I'm so confused.
They just made Charles sign all that stuff over to them in exchange for the sovereign grant, right? Or whatever it's called now. They don't want to undo that because undoing that is gonna be messy.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to understand because
it's gonna be messy.
They don't have a real written constitution. They have a lot of tradition and a lot of precedents. So you know how we always say that the United States Constitution is a living document, and that's why we have amendments. I don't even know that they have amendments more than they have precedents, and there is no single document that makes up their constitution from what I know of. There's the Magna Carta, and then there's everything else. And so it is through, I guess you can just say, tradition that most things happen. And so people are literally afraid to let the monarchy go. And Donald Trump does not, you know what? I wouldn't expect them, while Trump is president, I would not expect them to ever let go of the monarchy, because all you have to do is point to him. And if you know what, if I had a choice between a monarch or Donald Trump, that'd be a tough day for me.
It would be. It'd be
a tough day because there's just no guarantee that we wouldn't have another Donald Trump. And because we've had one already, it's going to make it so much easier for the next one and the next one. And that's what frustrates me, is that people are more interested in winning than they are the tradition, as opposed to with the UK, more people are interested in tradition than they are in winning. I'm saying the public at large, because they want things to stay the way they are, especially when you got a Donald Trump who is deliberately milking the government for everything he could get, and nobody is saying anything. Not that it don't happen over there, but over there they're used to extravagance and opulence for a certain set of people. But for us, we like, well, why the Trumps? Why not some other family? Why not this family or that family? We've never seen anything like this before, ever.
The problem is that like they use that as an example of like why they should have a monarchy, but the problem is Trump is the monarchy.
Yes.
William is the crybaby that goes about saying like, no, pay attention to me and do all the things for me, pay fealty to me. William is literally William, Charles, all those people, everyone else, they're exactly what's wrong with the monarchy. And that's what's wrong with Trump. Because Trump's like, no, you need to pay fealty to me. And otherwise, you don't pay fealty to me, I'm going to have problems with you. That is the monarchy. And so when they try to use the Trump as an example, it is like totally like wrong, because like, no, that is what you all have. That you all literally BBC are like, that you all can't say that we have a fake that you have an AI Kate on a bench, that you can't really say anything about that you are apologizing for calling her Kate Middleton versus Princess Catherine. That is the problem with the monarchy. That you all are literally like, well, oh, like she was concerned about her children. No, she wasn't. She brought her children. She used her children for a shield, and it didn't work. And now you all are going at her public for saying that, like, oh, how dare she? No, she signed up for that. She is getting money from taxpayers. The taxpayers should be able to have an argument. But yet you all are pretending that, like, oh, how dare you have an argument against the taxpayer? No, all of this stuff is what normally happens in a free institution where you're going to have actual free speech. But there, you were saying, like, look, no, you don't complain about them. Complain about the people we tell you to complain about. That is exactly what the monarchy is doing. And so the problem is that they try to use Trump as like, oh, that's not us. Like, no, it is you. That is exactly who you are. People see who you are because we have actually social media now. And so that you're angry that people are like, well, no, well, the monarchy is horrible people. Yes, it is. It is. It's just exactly like Trump. That's why we're concerned over here in the U.S. because we're not used to having people that are lawless. But at the same point, we can vote you out. I will say, like, our media, Trump's trying to make our media your media. Your media is in the sense of like, oh, we all pay fealty to the monarch. We all pay fealty to people in power. But our media, we have multiple options. But they're trying to consolidate that. They're trying to be like, oh, don't pay attention to this independent media. Pay attention to the media that you're used to in terms of these people that tell us about all this other stuff because we want to affect you. So, like, literally, all of our media is becoming their media. They want our media to be that. That's why we get when the Washington Post, when we got all those people coming over from Britain, that were all those people that were like during the cash for access, all this other crap. It's like, wait, why are we getting British people here? I mean, not British people, but British media here that are like, oh, well, you pay for it, we give it to you. No, that's what they want our media to become.
But you know what?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That is only going to work for so long. Right now, there are still enough people alive that remember Newsweek when it was Newsweek, and they remember all of these other, like the Washington Post, when it was really the Washington Post.
Or 60 Minutes.
Those people are fewer and far in between because just like monarchists, they're dying off. And the young people, they trust other content creators more than they trust mass media. So legacy media, for all intent and purposes, is dying. and there is the only thing that's going to take its place is the what do you call it, the content creators, the independent journalists and stuff. That's why everybody's running over to Substack. But see, they're the mass media, the legacy media, they're trying to infiltrate and disguise themselves as the lowly content creator, but these are establishment people that are moving into those spaces. The only reason why they can't really disguise themselves that well is because most of them are just too damn old. But but the younger ones, even with that, if their message is wrong, and one thing I'm proud about these kids nowadays, they're not buying it. And that's why that country the size of New Jersey that we dare not speak of, this is why they're so erratic right now, is that they have been very unsuccessful at controlling the message because they have invested everything into the legacy media, but the only people that watch it are people who, like myself, the clock is running down. And in the next 10 or 20 years, there's going to be fewer people that will even care what those people have to say. So that's only going to last for so long, which is the same thing that's going to happen to the monarchy. There will always be a legacy media, there will always be a monarchy, but there's just not going to be that many people left that really believe in the old ways coming from the old sources and the old people. So the clock's running down, is what I'm trying to say. And what's going to replace it are people like me and other people on the because let me give you an example. When television, well, radio and television, people, especially older people, they would have a newspaper and listen to the news on the radio. They would have a newspaper and compare that to what they saw on television. And so now people look at the legacy media, they look at the what used to be the print media, but they compare that with their content creator of choice, their podcaster of choice. They're comparing the two the same way they used to compare the television news to the newspaper. Newspapers always seem to have the gravitas in comparison to television. And then eventually more people started believing the television. Well, a lot of people who were on radio and in the print media moved to television. So I don't know what's going to come after, the internet, but it's going to be something on the I don't know. I don't know what the next big news source is, but right now more people get their news off of Facebook, Instagram, and all the other stuff in comparison to the legacy media.
That's true. But and you're right. Who knows what's coming next? But
Well,
I so I guess we just wait for Harry and Meghan to touchdown in the UK.
yeah. Yep, that's all we can do is wait. Wherever they are, Brer Rabbit's gonna be right behind them.
Oh God. Oh
Brer
God.
Rabbit is camping out. I
They're
saw
all
him
going to be
somewhere
camping out.
saying that he's just waiting for Harry and Meghan
Mm-hmm.
with that saber tooth of his sticking out.
Brer Rabbit, Lord.
Well, I guess we'll wrap it up really soon. I had something I wanted to share with you guys, and I'm not even sure that I want to do it now, but I guess now is as good a time as any because I wanted to say it on the members only. But my brother passed away Monday, the one that everyone had been praying for all this time. He passed
Oh,
away, so I was away from home this week, dealing with that. And anyway, I'm back at home. Oh God, I'm so glad to be back at home. But yeah, someone who was terminally ill with 4 months to live 5 years ago has finally made his transition. So thank you all for your constant support and prayers. I am convinced that that is what sustained him for so long. Because I'm telling you, right before those prayers, it was just like, wow, this is really happening. And then for whatever reason, he just kind of, all of his numbers were looking good. But anyway, at a certain point, that, you know, inevitably, life happened, and so he passed away.
Mm.
I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad
I'm
that like he's at peace.
Yeah, he's out of pain, and I did get a chance to see him like the day before, so I was glad for that. I was very glad for that, and yeah, and things have been really good between us, more so than most of my life. So I'm also glad for that too. But yeah, it's I guess I'm still kind of numb about it. And I'm one of those people that is very it takes me a while to grieve, like the obvious grief. It
right.
takes me a long time before I can let go. So mostly I just prefer to keep myself busy. But yeah, so this is yeah, it's different. It's different. It's that same kind of difference I felt when my sister passed away. But it's also a sign that I am getting older, and when you're older, you lose people.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I remember when I was a kid, um, we had three aunts that passed away back to back, like within a couple years, and so I'm kind of glad that I witnessed that because if I had not witnessed that then, I think right now I would feel like the earth was like shifting under my feet. But because I've witnessed that before, I know that it is possible that, as a family gets older, then you start losing people. And as painful as it is, you can't keep them in your life forever, just like I can't be in someone's life forever. So um yeah, I think that has definitely made a difference in the way that I see life.
Yeah, I could see that. In 2022, we had like 6 relatives die of
Mhm.
my generation, and it started in January and it just went through till May. It's like the phone would ring and you see the 501 area code,
Mhm.
which is Belize, and you're like, I don't want to answer that.
Right.
It was horrible, you know.
Mhm.
One had a heart attack, this one had that, one was suffering from lupus, and it just went on and on and on. And it was just,
Mhm.
when is this going to end? Then you
Yeah.
say, oh, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't tempt fate.
Mhm.
You just wait for it to come to an end. But it was,
Well, for me, it was my aunt, and then my sister, and then my cousin, and now my brother.
they were all
That's
cousins.
all within, I guess, 3, 4 years, 3 years,
Mhm.
2.5 or 3 years.
Yeah. We lost my uncle, and he was like the last uncle, like the last of that generation. And then it was all like first and second cousins. Everyone just died. Like, What the hell?
Yeah, the last time that happened in my family was in the 90s. And so we've had that long break from it. So yeah, it was in the 90s and it was just one after the other. And then nothing happened for a long time and yeah, so it happened to our family in the 70s and in the 90s and then more recently. So, yeah. But that's the two things we have to do is we have to let people know that we love them and what they mean to us. And also we have to live our best life because the best memorial is you going on living your best life. That is the
Yes.
best thing that you could do. It's good for you, for their memory. It's good for your existing family, and just good all around. Good for your community. Um, and also I think trying to be the best of who they were. Whatever life lessons you learned, whatever mannerisms that you've picked up from them, all of their best traits. And if necessary, some of the worst if somebody crosses you. And me and my brother look so much alike. I even mentioned to people, I said, I have had people look at me looking for him and looking at me because of something about him or something he did. But, I have to say, no, I'm not. I'm not him. Nope. I'm the nice one. Well, yeah. So that happened. And I guess I'm still processing, and I'm just gonna continue with my purge of my house because now I realize even more so why that's important to get rid of the great pile, as I call it, um, and just to make it easier on whoever has to come behind me. Um, I'm gonna get rid of the great pile.
Yeah.
So that commences again tomorrow.
Okay. You're actively doing it.
Yes, I took out a couple of those big contractor bags. If there's anybody who's trying to purge your house, keep, dump, donate. Keep, dump, donate. Make sure what you keep is as little as possible and dump and donate the rest of it. Um, 3 piles, keep, dump, donate. Also, grab some of those 55-gallon contractor bags. You get like 20 of them in the box, 30 in the box. They're 3 milliliter thick. You can put heavy stuff in it or whatever. Drop that bag off at the Goodwill or in the dumpster or whatever. Um, just try to fill up them bags and get it out. Fill it with clothes, get it out. So it can be done, and I will let you all know when it is mission accomplished. But right now, it's a process. But if you get rid of unnecessary stuff, you make room for blessings. You'll make room for new blessings. And don't we all need blessings?
This is
So
true.
that's my goal. Um I'm sorry, you guys. I wasn't even looking at the comments here, but thank you all so much. Let me see. I lost my baby brother in October, and his daughter just had her daughter. Wow. Okay. Okay. Wow. So if I'm looking at this right, you lost your brother and a baby was born. Oh, thank you so much for sharing that.
61. Young.
Thank you, Kim Peaches. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, I think I confuse people because I don't know. I've just always been like that. When it does hit me, then it hits me. But up until that point, I'm like alarmingly I want to just say within character, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I feel, but I just, I don't know if I'm forcing myself to do that or if it just happens. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, but it it's just my way. So, um, Legs, are you still there? Anything else you wanted to add, Hazel?
I'm here. No, it looks like y'all had talked about everything y'all wanted to talk about in the live before I came on. So
Okay.
I didn't know what y'all would be talking about in the members only because
I mean, if
when I
it was
say
something else that you wanted to,
uh,
we always got room.
oh, can we
Especially if it's messy.
well, you know,
Especially
well, you know,
if it's messy.
Kate.
Oh, yes, I can't believe we haven't talked about Kate.
I know. She worked 3 whole days.
I'm so proud of her.
I'm still amazed. She did Trooping the Color.
Uh-huh. Wait. Troop in the Color.
She did Ascot.
Ascot.
And she did the cancer thing with Charles.
And the cancer thing with Charles. Yeah, that is
And
a
it,
lot for her.
and it was all in a short space of time.
I know.
However did she manage?
I couldn't imagine. That is a lot for her.
That was a lot. I mean, usually it's trooping and then she go lay down somewhere until it's time for Wimbledon.
and you can't say that it had anything to do with the Sussexes because they've been kind of modest lately, so it's not in reaction to them. She just did her work. Ain't that something? Will wonders never cease?
I know. My God. I was like, my God, today. Oh, she did do something with George.
Oh yeah, they went to like some aircraft museum or war museum or something. Yeah.
Oh my God. She's gonna have to go away for another 8 weeks.
There she goes. There she goes. She can sit around in her tiara with her chocolate bonbons.
Mm-hmm. My God. I was like, look at this girl. She came out the
Oh,
house 3 whole days.
I believe we will finally see Charles, and maybe King Charles will take a picture with all of the grands. Now, you know what? I don't think that that would be so important to him personally, but maybe they are cooking up something like that for legacy or something. I don't know. I just can't see him wanting personally to do something like that.
I
But
don't think so.
yeah.
I don't think William will allow it.
Oh, you're right about that. You're so right about that. That would be a non-starter for William. You are so right about that. I didn't think about that, but yeah, William wouldn't allow it
William wouldn't allow it, and I'm okay with that.
because all of this leaking about them keeping their kids away from the Sussexes, we all know where that came from. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, Kim Peaches, but that probably won't happen.
That's kind of doubtful. I mean, miracles can happen, but
Yep.
I don't see that one. But I think you might get a picture of Charles and the Grands. You might. And
Well,
they
you
might
could
take,
always do it individually, but what would William allow Charles to take a picture with his kids because they're not talking, remember?
that's true. Now, we may not see the picture immediately either. We may not see it until Christmas.
Oh, you're so good. I didn't think about that. You see, you're so good. I did not think about that, but you are so right.
May not be released, but it might be in the picture when he does the Christmas address.
Ah, on the desk.
Mm-hmm.
On the desk. Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Mm-hmm.
So how sick do you think Charles is?
I think Charles is sick. I think it's something like Biden, where they're gonna just live. They're just gonna live with cancer, and they're gonna just continuously get treatment until it gets to the point where treatment doesn't help anymore.
Right.
But I think, yeah, I think that's what it is. I mean, he looks better because Charles used to have that red color in his face,
Mm-hmm.
and it all disappeared, and he was just deadly pale. But he's not so pale anymore. He's a little gray, but he's not as white as he was.
Yeah, he's natural. Well, let me see. I think I have a recent picture of him. He's just getting naturally older. Oh, that picture wouldn't come up. Yeah, he's getting older, but I don't think he looks like unhealthy.
Right.
He's just naturally aging.
Mm-hmm.
And his hair is getting whiter, and he looks more kind of bleached out a bit. But then also,
it's like
he's
that.
wearing a lot of makeup.
Yeah, because I think that was that pallor from no blood. He had no blood. I was wondering if he could have leukemia or something like that, because he was so pale. Even his lips and everything were pale.
Yeah, he was wearing that cherry lip gloss.
And he had to put on that cherry lip gloss, which didn't help.
Now, you know what? This was all worth it just to hear you say cherry lip gloss.
Oh, that wench.
Yeah, but here's another picture of him. Oh, I think that's the same occasion, ain't it? Yeah, it is.
See, he's there and he's got some makeup on and everything. But before he got sick, he was red. Charles had that red flushness in his face all the time.
Yeah, it's
and
called
that was
alcoholism.
From something, and that was gone. So he looked horrible then, but looking a little better now. But I think he'll hang in there for a while, much to Willie's chagrin. What happened to legs? I guess his internet went down or something.
Oh, okay.
Or he had to step away.
His bubble is still there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know. After Wimbledon, we won't see Kate until October.
Yes. When do they go on vacation?
August.
Okay.
August.
So she has Wimbledon coming up when?
Pretty soon, like July, huh? Yeah, okay. July. So
Wimbledon, and I wonder if they're going to try to be visible if and when the Sussexes arrive.
Oh yeah, they're
But
gonna
it'll be
try.
closer far away.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna try, but you know, that's all they could do. Their best try isn't gonna be good enough.
Mhm.
Poor things.
In spite of everything we said, though, it's amazing that people put up with the extravagance because right now people are hurting,
I know.
and the fact that they're getting, I don't know. It's just that the idea of revolt, the idea of protesting, in mass, it just doesn't exist. More like here in the United States, we pay a lot of lip service, but very few people actually hit the streets. So,
Miss Z, Miss Z says they're dragging George out early. Well, you know they dragged the Duke of Kent out at 16. How old is George? 13.
yes, right? 13,
Mm-hmm.
14. He's got a birthday coming up, or did he just have a birthday?
I don't know. I don't really track him. Um, yeah, they did that to Duke of Kent. They dragged him out at 16.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well, I
when
mean,
when his uncle George the Sixth died,
uh-huh.
he had to commence royal duties. The first thing, he had to take part in the coronation ceremony and everything because he was a duke. And before, he was a child, but then they were like, "Oh, you got to step up now."
Mm. Poor George. Did you see those pictures I shared of him looking like he was about to ball himself into a knot? Where he's looking so
Recent
nervous.
pictures?
No, these were like some older pictures when
Yeah, I
he
saw those. Yeah,
yeah, those always make me so sad when I think about those, but he seems to be better now. Yeah,
yeah.
that it kinda
I
made
saw
me sad.
I saw one picture with him and his mom by a helicopter or something like that, and the way his feet were and everything, and I was just like, "Oh, this poor child."
Yeah.
I guess they're working on it, but
Yeah, I mean, you just, it's your duty to be different. It's your duty to stand out against the rest of the crowd. It's your duty to have artificial relationships the rest of your life. All of that is under the umbrella of doing your duty. Having courtiers fuss over you and plotting against people and such, that all comes with it.
mhm,
Because William always seems like he doesn't know how to be when he's with other men. Um, and you know what? Now that I think about it, I never really see him around women. And I'm not saying anything in reference to pulled pork sandwiches or anything, but you just don't really see how he relates to women. I cannot
true,
think of anything. But men, of course, he's always trying to be like he's in some kind of sitcom, like he's one of the people in Friends or something. He's always trying to convey that type of energy. But when he goes to those concerts and to those sports events, and he gets all animated, I don't think that that's the real William. I think it's like I said before, I think it's like a sociopath. You don't know real human emotion, you just fake it. And
right,
he just seems like he fakes emotion, which is why he has those like uncomfortable grins and pumping his fist and all that kind of stuff. He just does not seem like a real person to me. He seems like he's a characterization of himself. But yeah, I mean, who is the real William? I think the real William is probably angry, probably well, not probably, does not like to do work. I don't believe he was close to his grandma. I don't think he's close to his father. I don't know who he's close to. Probably what's his name? The Tom Parker Bowles. That's probably about the only person he's close to, and his equerries, of course.
I doubt he's close to Tom Parker Bowles. I don't think William is close to anyone. I don't think he connects with people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a
You know,
deficit there.
he's got things to work out too. They both do.
Mm-hmm. You mean him and Kate?
Him and Harry.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, and
They
Harry
have
has sought treatment. William doesn't seem as though he has.
right, which is unfortunate for him.
Mm-hmm.
When you grow up and you realize, I need to talk to someone. But him, well,
Even if there was nothing to do with Harry and Meghan, it is exhausting. The William is angry. William is incandescent. William was furious. It is so ridiculous. I'm just like, how do you think that helps you? Who is your target audience with those comments?
right, no one cares. And his father's going to live for at least another 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
At least
God,
I
I
hope
hope
so.
so. Well, I mean, we heard Brer Rabbit say he's not ready, and he really
Mhm.
is not. He is not ready.
He's not,
And
Um,
I'm curious to know who's going to be his courtiers once he gets there, because
oh,
that
the
is going to be
government.
a fight.
Oh, yeah, he and the government are going to fight, but the government is going to win. They
Yeah.
always do. Charles didn't want to sign over the Crown Estates, but he did, right? The
Uh-huh.
government is going to win. I mean, I think that every monarch is going to sign over from now going forward. The last chance for someone to not sign, I think, was Queen Victoria, and she had the money. She didn't have, she didn't need the Crown Estate, but she did it. But and the government is going to gain more traction with William as king.
Because he's not interested in being king. He's not interested in any. He wants the glory, but he does not want the work, and he does not want to even do the work. He's just not interested.
Exactly. I mean, even Ascot, he doesn't like Ascot. He only went because he probably knew Harry was coming soon, so they went and made their little to do at Ascot. But that Ascot is a business for them. Underneath all that pomp and circumstance, they have stud stud farms. Those racehorses are worth more than just what they win, because you can sell the sperm from the male horses for people to use with their horses and mate them. I mean, it's big business, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
you want those horses to do well, and then you can have people breed their males with your mares and things like that. So this is a business. Ascot is a business for them. Elizabeth had
Oh, okay.
Elizabeth had a whole stud farm. She raised horses for sale and she raised hunting dogs.
But Charles got rid of the horses, though, right?
They sold the regular amount that was going to be sold. They still have horses.
Oh, okay.
They have a
I
stud
thought he
farm.
got rid of a bunch of horses when she died.
No, there was just the ones that were scheduled for sale.
Oh, you know what? Let me get this picture off the screen. Oh, that's frightful. All right. Let me get him off of there.
Mm-hmm. No, that's their business. One of their businesses.
Okay.
So they sold some horses. They didn't sell all. And those horses are all on Sandringham Estate. That's not on Windsor Land or anything like that. That's on Sandringham. That's business.
I wonder whose idea was for Queen Elizabeth to take a picture with those two white stallions. I mean, it was just so much symbolism going on there. Like they were supposed to carry her to her glory. That was bad. That was bad. Here, Your Majesty, standing between these two white horses, would you?
So yeah, all those Arab racehorse owners and everything. That's business. That's millions of dollars being exchanged.
Oh,
William doesn't care. William doesn't know the first thing about horse breeding. His wife doesn't know.
Remember, they allegedly doped up that horse so it would be more docile for him that time.
Uh-huh.
That horse was staggering around like he just got out of a pub.
Damn.
He was the only one that had a horse that had the head all dropped down. The whole time the horse's head was all dropped down. What year was that? That was, gosh, I can't remember. But I remember his horse looked like it was intoxicated or drugged or something, allegedly.
The horse probably didn't like him.
Yeah, it seemed like they had to do something to calm the horse. And maybe none of the horses like him. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe none of the... And, when you're going to be in a parade like that, isn't it necessary? That's probably why they did that, because he did not do any practice runs with that horse. That's probably what it is. And you cannot effectively comfort something as skittish as a horse if the horse is not familiar with. And so what they slipped the horse a Mickey. Now it makes sense. Boy, I tell you, if you just dig deep enough, it all comes out.
Mm-hmm.
It all comes out. That poor horse head all drooped down and everything, salivating.
Oh yeah, it was
couldn't
good.
Walk in a straight line.
Yeah, it was drugged. It was drugged. Poor horse. Poor horse.
Wait, I wonder if Camilla pulled her flask out for the horse.
She the one who drugged
Camilla
him.
Takes around in her flask. I'm sure you could just put a couple of drops in the horse's water. Yeah, just a couple of drops. Enough tonic to sedate anything. Enough tonic to sedate a hippo.
God, I mean, and that's a whole stream of income William is going to lose. He's an idiot.
Oh, Kim Peaches, are you going to bed? I'm going to bed again. Glad to have shared a bit. Love you all. Talk to you later.
Bye,
Good night,
Kim.
Kim Peaches.
Good night, Kim. I mean, he, I don't know what to say. But they keep multiple streams of income for a reason, and he's just going to lose it, Well, he's going to end up as poor as them people in Belgium, which I don't really believe they're that poor.
I think whoever is managing for Willie, unless I don't know, it's probably somebody from a family, connected to a family that ain't likely to clean the place out. So I think that's why they like to stick to the family that's been doing it for the past however many years.
Doing what?
Whatever, like the whoever's taking care of the land management, who's ever managing their horses, and they're doing.
Well, Elizabeth, she used to manage those horses. She was the one breeding them. She was good. I'll give her due for that.
But I thought Porgy or Porky, whatever his name was,
Portia, yeah.
I thought he was the one that well, he went along with her, right?
He went around along with her, and he did more of the day-to-day stuff, but she was the one who was deciding who was going to be bred with who and whatever else, because, well, she had other stuff to do, so she had to delegate, but that was her.
Oh, okay. Well, they talk about the weather, they talk about dogs, and they talk about horses, and they can give a damn about kids.
That's right. Send them to the nanny.
Right. As long as the horses and the dogs and the weather is okay, that's all they care about. I cannot wait for Gilded Age to come back. I love that show. It gets better and better.
Miss Z, what do you mean? Like in comparison to money? Who's more wealthy? Who has the better? Who seems to have better relations within their family? What?
Well, the British royal family, they don't tend to do stuff with the other royals. They'll make a visit. But the Scandinavian royals seem to be very close, all of them. And who are the Spanish royals close to?
To England. I mean, they're close cousins.
Right.
Juan Carlos's grandmother was a granddaughter of Queen Victoria.
Oh,
and
okay.
so and they did her wrong. They did her wrong because when the Spanish got overthrown and she went home to England, because she was born in England and raised in England, George V and Mary made it known that they weren't comfortable with her being in their country. And so she moved on to Switzerland.
Oh, okay.
But, after they were gone, bygones were bygones and everything,
But still, the Spanish, when I say close, they don't spend much time over there. I think that who's close to them? Nobody. You don't see them
you don't see them
connect.
You don't see it outwardly because the British royal family hide it. But Sophia goes to England all the time, and Queen Beatrice used to go to England all the time.
Yeah, but everybody comes to them, but they don't go to anybody. They don't go to the weddings. They don't go to the funerals.
Completely stopped because the heir don't want to go because that was the heir's job, or used to be Edward and Sophie.
So Charles, yes, okay, I get you.
And so it used to be Edward and Sophie because Charles had other stuff to do, and then it was Edward and Sophie that went to most of the weddings that happened in the 2000s and the 2010s. And because will not and cannot. Look at them when they went to the Jordanian wedding. But they used to send Edward and Sophie, and so they went to all the Swedish weddings. They went to Liechtenstein. I don't know who went to William Alexander and what's her name's wedding, Maxima's wedding.
And this is why, as much as I cannot stand Charles, I respect the fact that he did a lot of stuff that, in the big picture, don't mean a whole lot by itself.
Mm-hmm.
But he kept himself busy even when he didn't have to. And he's read many a speech that would be forgotten about somewhere during the Jello mold that they ate for lunch, but he did it. And practice makes perfect. but William has been so resistant. And this is why I say I do not believe he was close to Lizzie and or anybody else in that family, because there's just Lizzie or Philip or Charles, that should have been enough to make him more accountable, and it just didn't. He didn't have to, so he didn't. And he still has no accountability for that role. And oh, I'm going to be royal with a small r. And what he really wants to do are those little videos with the slow motion and everything, and to put that out on social media to say we're keeping ourselves busy. And after that, he goes where he wants and does whatever he wants to do. And he doesn't expect anyone to have taken any exception to it whatsoever. And that describes his contribution to the monarchy as it stands right now. I'm almost anxious to see what a failure he would be as king, although I don't ever want to see him sitting on that throne. Um, and considering the look on Charles' face when he was going through his coronation, I can only imagine the smug look on William's face. I'm like, that's a lot of time, trouble, and money for someone to sit there looking like a lump of, what is it, a bump on a log.
Yeah. Yeah. I was.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was disappointed in the coronation. I thought they should have just left it with all the stuff in it. That cut down thing that they did.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what you're known for. Go big. Go big.
Go big or go home.
And
that's why I was like, I didn't pretend like I wasn't going to watch it. First of all, I don't hate anybody in that family. I really don't. And I wanted to see a coronation. It had been 70 years. I want to see a coronation. I want to see it in HD, live in color. And the music was the best thing about the coronation. Everything else to me was just awful.
Yeah, the music is good. I mean,
yeah, the music was amazing. But between Charles and Camilla looking like death warmed over, it was just awful. Not even that they're so unattractive. That's just part of it. But the fact that they did not seem pleased to be there. I know it's a solemn occasion, but Charles looked like he was still angry because William showed up late. And Camilla looked like she was about to slip out that chair. If that broad would have slipped out that chair, I saw, how she was sitting on the edge of it. If she would have slipped out that chair, I would have busted my spleen. I wouldn't have been any good. I would have laughed myself to sleep that night. I would have woke up with tears in my eyes, still laughing about that thing sliding out that chair and the crown just hanging in midair while she's on her way down. Oh my God, that would have been rich. I was hoping that she was gonna go, because to me it looked like she was fighting to stay in that chair.
She was. Those old chairs, they're made for tiny butts,
Mm-hmm.
and everything. They're shallow. You can't. Oh my God, they're awful. They're awful.
For that mid-age spread she got, huh?
Not made for anyone that was born in the modern world. None of us. No one. Certainly not mine. But no one born in the modern world is comfortable in those chairs.
They really ruined that for me. They ruined it. I was just like, and then also, but the fact that they had all them volunteers, and it just wasn't traditional. It was supposed to be the crimson robes, with all of the, white trim and the coronets and everything. Nobody could wear a tiara because Camilla said so. And I don't
And
know.
you know
Mhm.
how mad those nobles had to be, because from the minute the queen shut her eye, those people took all those old moldy robes that were moth eaten, because they don't buy new ones, right?
Right.
They don't buy new ones. They go up in the attic and they look for them old things that great great grandpapa wore, and took it to who is it, Ravenscroft and Ede, to be repaired, and paid all that money to get those things repaired and refurbished and de-stunkified.
Hmm.
and only to see that they were not invited. Can you imagine the
you know,
anger? Because
I
a
should
lot of them
not
don't have the
laugh.
money. A lot of them don't have the spare change to be doing stuff like that.
I shouldn't laugh
Getting
at that thing that David Starkey said about the coronation. He said, "Can you imagine? Instead of a room full of crimson robes, you'll have a mass of humanity," something like that. He said, with all of the what was that her name? The one that they said, "Where are you from?" Ngozi, whatever her name is.
uh-huh.
He said, "Could you imagine that someone like her sitting in there looking like a Las Vegas bar stool?"
That's horrible.
Oh my God. I thought I was going to scream when he said that. He
I
said,
mean,
"Could you imagine her sitting in there looking like a Las Vegas bar stool?" I, I almost fell out of my chair. It was cruel, but I understood what he was saying. It's not the traditional image of the coronation. You have all of these people in their finest clothes, of course, but it did not resemble, what was it, 1953 or whatever?
right. I mean,
Yeah.
they should have done it. They should have brought laid the tracks, brought the train trolley in or whatever, and rebuilt Westminster Cathedral like
Mhm.
they do every time, you
Yeah.
know, and
Yeah,
fit everyone
because
in.
they were supposed to have those bleachers at the cross section of the church. If you look at the old pictures, you can see those bleachers like what, 3 high or something like that?
Right. They
Full of
built
people.
right, full of people. It was all up there. You had the royals up high, and then
Yes,
the king and the queen were down to the bottom. If
right?
they had a Prince of Wales, he was down on the floor with them, and then you had the boxes, where like the senior ladies were. Then you had the other royals, and then the foreign royals, and then they could have built other seating somewhere else for other people, and they could have still brought some of the volunteers in. It was doable.
Yeah. That
Then
was
they have.
a missed opportunity, and Charles made a huge mistake.
Mhm.
I get that those people, they could have made, like, put a big long tent in front of the Westminster Abbey or on the side of it.
They used to
Um,
build a building outside of Westminster Abbey too.
yeah, they and just, have a longer procession, and you could have had all the volunteers, and you could have had, put them in those bleachers and everything. But instead, they ruined it. I was disappointed. I was
Yeah,
disappointed.
I
I'm like,
mean,
I've waited a lifetime to see a coronation, and
and
this
if
is
they
what
didn't
we
want to
get.
bring, and if they didn't want to bring all the nobles, what they should have done was get the senior baron, the senior um viscount, senior earl, the senior marquis, and the senior duke, and have them represent
Yeah,
their,
instead
you
of
know,
just like, you all are not, and plus, you're supposed to be able to purchase the chair that you use on coronation day.
Right.
Those chairs, and because some of those nobles, they have the chair from Queen Elizabeth's coronation and whatever coronation before that. You can keep that stuff.
Hmm.
So yeah, that was a missed opportunity, a huge mistake. Oh, okay. I found what I was looking for. Here we go. That. Now that's at that cross section of the church. And you can see how they built all those bleachers up there. I don't know if it was just 2 levels or 3, but you can see right there. And um I remember from well, whose coronation is that? That is George the Sixth. I remember Queen Elizabeth's coronation. You could what wasn't it Charles and the Queen Mother? You could see them on the side up in the seating like that.
Right. My internet. Oh, this is Edward the Seventh.
Oh, okay.
That's Edward the Seventh. But right,
Oh,
that
okay.
he and Alexandra are on the ground. George the Fifth, well, he was Prince of Wales, is somewhere down there, and then in the middle, that would probably be Alexandra, and then all of Queen Victoria's daughters, and Edward's daughters also. They would have been in that first box down there.
Yeah.
And you see they have other people all the way, extending all the way to the back.
Uh-huh.
But the first dibs for the first row would have been not Alexandra, would
Oh,
have
I didn't
been.
see those people back there.
Hmm.
I see them
So
now.
so dibs for the first row would have been Queen Mary. I said Alexandra, but she would
Oh,
have been
and
on the
then
floor.
another one, but oh my God. I see the okay, where the stained glass comes to a peak back there, that's a row of seats. And then beneath that is another row. And
Hmm.
then who's ever on the floor back there?
Right.
Oh my God, I didn't see all of that.
Hmm.
Yep, that picture says a lot.
Wow. They
Your back legs?
Yeah, no, I've been just chilling.
oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Well that's yeah. I feel ripped off. I wanted to see all of the mothballed gowns and cloaks and all of the sad little tiaras hanging off to one side or missing pieces. I wanted to see all that.
Well, not Queen Beatrice's mother came to Elizabeth's coronation. What was her name? Oh God, whatever. It'll come to me. But she went back home and they asked her how was the coronation, and she said it's terrible. All the tiaras were dirty.
Oh, okay. Now see, I was just guessing, but okay.
She's like, they don't clean their tiaras. It was terrible. I was
I
like,
I wonder what the reaction was when all of those nobles found out that they were not going.
they pitched a fit. I told you they had already sent their robes and everything to Ravenscroft and Eve to get them fixed and whatnot, and I did that for nothing. Because
Wow.
that you can't wait on something like that. You got all these people who are going to be sending their robes in.
Okay.
So they were pissed. Oh, they were pissed.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that was
that
a missed opportunity. It really was. It was just sad. It was very sad. It just looking at Charles and then of course making it about Harry, and it's still so childish that they could take something like a feather on or plume and build a whole week of commentary out of that.
yeah,
You know,
they should,
or
that's the
mhm.
media for you. They
It's like the Puritans, it's almost like the Puritans that did not come to America, you can tell who their ancestors was because it's all the "I got you, I see you, I got you." That is the whole of the tabloid media is a big "I gotcha," like Harry and that flipping cipher. Who
Oh,
would have even noticed that the cipher wasn't there? Someone had to tell people, oh, they didn't give him a cipher. Oh my God, I felt so bad when that happened. And they just went on and on and on. A queen of 70 years on the throne has died, and all y'all could talk about is a flipping cipher.
well, the thing is, they had to show like why Harry and Meghan are being disrespected, right? Because it's that like, oh, like you all might not be familiar with this, but like let me tell you, Harry and Meghan are being very disrespected in this, even though they're paying homage to the Queen in the first place. It's like, because the thing, the problem is that Harry and Meghan wouldn't care about that. We wouldn't care about that. Like United States people wouldn't care about that. It's like, oh, okay, they're like what I would see with that is that, oh, they are giving homage to the person who had passed, right? It's kind of like when we saw, maybe it's an issue. I don't know how that works with the UK, but when I saw Kate and Camilla, I'm like, wait, why are you all wearing her jewelry? We don't usually raid people's coffers to honor them here. Like them wearing all the jewelry that was the Queen. I'm like, look, no, this looks gaudy. This looks horrible. It looks like that you all literally are stealing stuff from her to honor her. Like that doesn't work here. Like you're supposed to have minimalistic jewelry during a funeral here. But they wore all that stuff, and it was funny because I thought they were hoping they would make themselves stand out, like in the different things they were doing. They wear normal tiaras and stuff to be like, look, notice us, pay attention to us. But then at the funeral, they're like, oh, how do we stand out with the funeral? Okay, let's wear jewelry that's very expensive too. And Meghan, the person who had minimal amount of jewelry during that whole time, still stood out more. You all tried to over like shadow Meghan, and you still can do it with all that jewelry you had on. You still looked horrible. You still looked worse than Meghan, and you can't deal with that. So it's just like, ugh.
Well, some people say the coronation was the big wedding that Charles and Camilla never had.
That's true. They did say that. Because Charles and Camilla didn't get that wedding they wanted. The Queen didn't attend during that time. And so trying to do a coronation. And I'm sorry. Can we still comment on Camilla? Because during the coronation, she could barely walk. She didn't even try to, like, she just doesn't try. Like, it's just, she looks so pathetic. Like, yes, this. Like, look at that. Like, I'm sorry. It's like lipstick on a pig. You can't, like, make something that is not, like, classy. I have never seen Camilla classy. Can someone please show me one point when Camilla looked classy in anything she did? I would welcome that, because she has shown everything that she isn't. She has shown, like, oh, look, I am trifling. I am, like, put together improperly. I am that person. She is that person that goes to the bathroom and they still have the toilet paper on their sheet. Like, it's like, what? She's not noticing? What are you doing? Like, that is Camilla. And I'm like, I just can't. And so that's why I think she hates on every other woman. She hates on every other woman because, like, they put her to shame. And it's like, some women, they don't even try. Diana didn't try. She just did her own thing. And made you look like so pathetic. So that's why Camilla's whole life is putting every other woman down. You had to put Meghan down. You had to put Kate down. But Kate was too stupid to recognize that, like, wait, it's not my time to get put down. I'm going to be your friend, because Camilla was divided and conquer. And then she waited. She's like, okay, now Meghan's going. Now I'm going to put you down. Like, she put you down before that time, and you didn't. Like, what's that? Both sister and traveling pants with Meghan. Instead, you went against Meghan to just try to put her down because you thought, she's not knowing her place. And Camilla was like, well, I'll show you where Meghan needs to be, and I'll show you where you need to be. Like her whole life has been just a tragic, like, irony. She's so pathetic. Like, it's ugh.
And they tried everything they could to sell her to the public.
Humpty Dumpty, you couldn't put it back together again. It's just like every time I see her, it's just such a pathetic waste of time. Like,
I'm guessing that her sister is not wearing an 18-hour bra. It looked like she's wearing like a 3-hour and 10-minute bra. Yeah, she probably got it on sale because it wasn't good for 18 hours.
That thing was sliding.
Because a good bra is supposed to lift and separate, not pull you down to the.
I'm used to seeing eggs on nails, but like not really.
This was torturous. It was just torturous. And look at that poor kid trying not to laugh. Look at him trying not to laugh, poor kid.
I'm sorry. Could you imagine if Camilla was like the beginning before she went out to walk, but like, so how do I look? Like, how could you answer that? How could you answer that? you know what she looked like? She's just like, how do I do this without offending? I just don't. I don't say anything. I don't think anyone else is gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything myself. She was so happy. It was her day, and you knew she thought she was killing it. She's like, how did I look? And it's like, honey.
With a gown on from Diana's favorite designer of all things.
No, Baron, I think we called it a frock at that point.
Okay. Yeah. And that insults me. Why do you keep going to Diana's designer? Why?
She's doing a mean girl thing like Kate. See, this is why I'm so confused by it. When you were like, I wear leather, you think that you were that person? You think you can actually pull it off? Like, that Kate literally went and tried to colonize all of Meghan's clothes, like, and her outfits. And I'm like, we literally just saw Meghan last year on that. We literally saw Meghan a year ago in this. Like, what, you think we don't notice this? Because I think the problem is that Kate was all too confident that they were like, look, we're going to bury Meghan, and we won't talk about her at all. So I can show how I'm modern. I can show how I'm above of the times. And the problem is that Meghan literally went to the U.S. and found her voice. So when she comes to the NAACP with a blue thing, and you literally wear that same exact or close enough to a blue thing at the European, it's like, wow. Wow, you expect Europeans not to notice how private.
Oh, here's a here she is. Look like she about to. Actually, from the side is when you could really tell she's about to slip out that chair. I forgot I had changed her shoes.
Are those cow shoes? What are those shoes? Are those cow feet? Like,
yeah, a little made for hooves.
Jeez, it's like looking at. I'm like, I'm sorry. I haven't been very active. I couldn't get beyond it. I like. Jeez, look at that. Like, what are these pictures? How does this show her in a positive light? Like, I'm so confused with this. It's just like, no, you just showed me that she's that thing that ended all things in the end of Narnia. That little the
Oh,
talisman,
the
the
half
bird.
man, half horse, or whatever.
Yeah, it was the half man, horse, bird thing that ended all of it in Narnia. That's her. She's that talisman or whatever the heck it is called. Like, and I try not to say things about certain people, like, because I'm like, no, you don't have anything to say. You don't say it at all. But seriously, jeez, look at this. Oh, she just trundles her way through life. That's what she goes on doing. It's just like you can see her. She has no balance. She puts all the weight on the forward part of her feet. You can tell. Like, it's just like, ugh.
No grace whatsoever.
No, seriously. As I said, dragging that tissue paper from the bathroom along with her. That's what she has. And that's why she hates I think that's why she hates literally every other woman around her. Because she has the grace of a ugh.
No. Oh, looks like Hazel got bounced from. Oh, there you go.
I'm back. Suburban Internet.
Oh, okay.
Welcome back, Hazel. We were just commenting on the great
Camilla.
wonder that is Camilla.
They just did this wrong.
It's all so pathetic. It's just ugh. Like I wonder if Charles is like, Camilla, I feel like he wanted to say something, but he wanted her to have her moment. And I just think he's like, honey, you got a little, you got a little, you know what? Never mind. Because he hoped that no one would say anything. And we can look and see how sloppy she just looks sloppy. Like, it's just, and I don't think she cares. I don't think she cares, really. I think she thinks she wants the grandeur and the grandioseness of it, but she doesn't care to put the work into it. So,
Well, you know, this is what's so jarring because you had little petite Queen Elizabeth with her very tiny waist and everything 70 years ago walking through the Westminster Abbey. And then fast forward, it's just like age progression technology. And then, you know what I mean? Like some computer software aged Queen Elizabeth like 90 years from that day. And what would she look like if she was just walking into Westminster Abbey? What would she look like? Camilla.
I think this is the AI version of Queen Elizabeth. Like, please show me Queen Elizabeth AI when she drags her feet when Camilla drags her feet. There's no way she lifts her feet up. She drags her feet coming in. Like, whatever's outside is coming inside. I'm sorry, my family grew up in Chicago, but we grew up from the South. Everyone knew, you had the fancy china you bring out every now and then. You put out the tablecloths that's important, and these tablecloths were heavy. And no one dragged those tablecloths. But Camilla, she's the one, anything that was outside, what do you call that word? She comes in the house smelling fresh. That's the smell. That's the smell that you get. She's fresh. And that means that she ain't cleaned herself and she smells like outside. That's what Camilla is. That's what she is. She's fresh. I don't know if you heard that word, but whenever someone's saying that word, they ain't being kind. You smell fresh. Camilla, whatever was outside became inside with Camilla.
And why is that crown humongous? Even she already has a large head, and that crown, it looks cartoonish. It is cartoonishly large.
Oh my God.
Like they let it out just for her.
She's such a mess. She's such a mess.
And they even and remember, they were going to make a custom crown for her, and they said, well, to save the public some money, we won't bother with that. She could just wear something else from the collection. That thing is huge.
No,
I mean, it's like equal to the size of her already large head.
right? And I'm trying to be nice because I know her age, and I know what the age represents, and I know what the age kind of figure. Like, is that kid laughing? Is he laughing at this? Just think she rocking it?
I was gonna ask you, don't it look you could I mean, he's looking at her and he is busting the gut. He is busting the gut.
And that's either her nephew or her grandson.
Yep. He is busting the gut next to those two walking fossils.
Like, oh no, they're gonna strike up a fire with those walks.
Every time I look at that picture, I kind of stand up straight because I'm like, am I standing up straight? It makes you stand up straight.
Why do they seem wet? You know, they just seem like they're like the wet trash. It's like it's humid and it's like things aren't right.
You know, she's probably drunk.
That's true.
She probably got drunk before the thing, allegedly, but she probably drunk. That's what's going on. And then look, the laughter didn't stop. Oh my goodness. Let me see. I got another one, but I can't open it up. I think I got to take something away before I could open it. Let me get rid of that and get rid of that and see if I can bring it up. But I got another image of the kid from that day.
I'm sorry. It's just like it seems wet and trashy and sloppy, and it's just like how do you make it through this?
Yeah. I mean, it's just like he just couldn't take his eyes off of her.
Yep, she seems quite fresh.
But see how she's sitting on the edge of that chair like she's holding like she's scared she gonna slide out of there.
During the program, she gets shorter by the centimeters.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. She getting lower and lower in that chair. Maybe that's why the kid looking at her like, are you okay?
The clothes are overwhelming, sliding her down.
She looks so nervous.
Oh.
I
Well,
think if the good Lord was gonna strike her down, he'd have got her on the way in, not on the way out. You know what I'm saying? He'd have got her on the way in.
Oh Lord,
She's just sloppy. She is sloppy. She is. It's sad to look at. And then she always have them arms splayed out like somebody like she's like, huh? Or like she just said, boo. She always got them arms splayed out.
See, I know in Chicago we love a nice, good hot dog, you know, with the fixings. But she's one of those ones that you don't get your relish right, you don't get your sauerkraut right, you don't get the mustard right. It's all like one glob of nothing, and you just like, damn.
I mean, look at her. A big sloppy mess.
Oh.
This is why I tell people I'm not embarrassed to say there are days when I miss Queen Elizabeth, and that was definitely one of those days. Seeing her emerge from the church from St. Paul's looking like that, like that cloak has spun around, like it's spun around a couple of times since she put it on.
Why do we see these floral pattern? We don't normally see that.
You know, okay, now for a while I thought, and see, that's the thing, is that that is the pattern that they created for the coronation. I think that is like the poppy and some other stuff. But as you can see from a distance, it looks like something from Woolworth.
Look at her. She's so proud.
Yes.
She's so proud. There ain't no honey in that. You better let it go.
You know, with the Queen, it looks like something that you're supposed to wear. With Camilla, if somebody said she just yanked that off the windows and put it on, you'd believe it.
We shot it.
You'd be forgiven to believe that that was hanging in the window of the throne room 2 hours ago.
Right? We shot it. I don't live that reading the Windswept mess. It's like it's always wind coming at her face, but it's not attractive.
You know, on one of those documentaries, somebody said that they sat in the beauty parlor in the hairdresser at the same time as Camilla. And that when they started doing her hair and everything, she thought, oh, great, she's going to go with some other style. She said that Camilla took the brush, this true story, took the brush from the woman and started combing that Farrah Fawcett flip back in her hair.
Oh, Lord.
Not hear of any other style. That's it. But you know what? Remember when they went over to Paris and they raised that hair up and away from her face? They used to have done that about 30 years ago. Please don't pull the hair up and away from your face no more. That's too much face. Just keep them bangs nice and long and thick.
I just don't understand. Like, remember when she went, was it Germany or France? When she went over there and then she looked so confused. Like, oh, where do I stand and where do I go? It's like, and Charles like, fuck over here.
That was Italy, I think.
It's just, they look, she's always a menace, and she never cares. And it's like, what? She's the whole, like, personification, like, oh, yeah, am I right? Like, it's just, everything about her is so off. And it's just like, no, you can't put a lipstick on a pig, clearly.
And
like, it's like,
stop wearing prints because on camera it does not translate very well.
No, and then two, it's not the 80s anymore. Like the whole point of Prince was supposed to hide like certain amount of mass. You know what? You wonder why women after they have kids wear Prince. It's a reason.
Now,
and you just going along with it. Oh,
whose idea was it to go over to Germany looking like Grandpa from the Monsters and looking like she's wearing barbed wire all over her dress? It looks like barbed wire.
Yeah.
Why would you go over there looking like barbed wire? That's very goth, isn't it?
Yeah.
She looks like she should be at some goth music festival.
Well, she would if she had, oh, Lord, oh, Lord.
That is hideous. That is a hideous dress. It's so busy. It's an attack on the cornea.
Yeah, so seriously. Busy. Like, shoot, like the issue is that like they can't take criticism at all. So like they need to have that one real intern, like Jamal from accounting, be like, Jamal, how does it look? Yeah, no, it's a no for me. Like they need one person to be honest with it. But the problem is they're like, no, I'm noble. Everything looks great. That they can go through that and not care, it just says enough. Like it's just like literally when you come out with that Tales from the Dark Side dress, and I'm like, yo, people don't know this was an early 90s thing. You need to like know you need to 86 that. Like that's not a thing people do now. Like that you went out, you're like, oh, this will be inventive. I'm like, no, I don't know if people know about Tales from the Crypt, but that's what I think about when I see that dress. Like, it's just like, no, you got that little skull and bones guy with the bare hair there. You don't want to introduce that to the new audience. Jesus.
She's just a disaster. I mean, there are probably people who just want Kate to come to the throne just so that the clothes will fit. At least the clothes will fit. You know, which is sad. That's a reason enough, you know, to have a coronation is just to see how a coronation looks when the clothes fit.
Right. I think that's why people paid attention to Charles, right? They were like, "Oh, it's been a while since we've seen one. Let's see how this looks." And then they were watching. They're like, "Oh dear," right? You can see that point where you're like, I think they even knew. They're like, "Look, I don't know how these things would go. I don't think they're supposed to go like this." And so that's why they stopped. They started tuning out. And Charles was so adamant to have so many people pay attention. That's why he wanted Harry and Meghan there. And Meghan's like, pass. So Harry went. And like, so people would slightly pay attention. And then even his heir couldn't look at him in the face and say 3 words. He had to look at index cards. I'm like, wait, like this is what takes away from it. It bothers me so much because like in the American culture, they try to pretend that, the United Kingdom people are very well spoken, they're very well versed, and all this stuff. And when I started seeing them using index cards and papers every time they go somewhere, I'm like, wait, aren't we supposed to learn our lines? Maybe I'm old, but it's like, wait, when I grew up, I was supposed to learn every line that I had to do in a play. I had to learn, memorize it. That's what we did. So when I see people like, okay, you give them index cards every 5 seconds, they look over. Like
the HMS Glasgow. How many times she look at that card? About 4 or 5 times. The HMS Glasgow. The HMS Glasgow. Now, this picture that you see here, that's the dress that Camilla had on. Notice the pattern. Notice the pattern.
Undoubted allegiance to him. And you are actively right now going against him. You're like, you know what? I don't, because basically, I got to agree with William. William is at this point where he's like, look, this guy waited until he was 77 to be king. That ain't going to be me. William's like, nope. Like, I got at best 20 years to deal with this a-hole. So I don't want to be a 60-something-year-old king. I am going now. So he is literally pushing himself into this thing. He wants to push Charles out. And he's more aggressively doing it than Charles did. Charles tried to, in I think the 80s, was it, to push the Queen Elizabeth out. And she's like, yeah, pass. And so Charles backed away from it. But William is not, he's going full throttle.
Which I don't know why, because once he get there, he ain't going to do nothing.
No, he won't. I think what he wants to do is, he feels like if he's king, he feels he's accomplished. But as he's finding out now as Prince of Wales, he's like, wait, I think William defined himself based off of what Harry wasn't. He was like, well, I have a family. Harry doesn't. He's like, well, people think I'm accomplished because we always sunk Harry for being unaccomplished. But because Meghan came in, that's why they hate Meghan so much. Meghan came in and was like, oh my God, baby, don't you realize how much you're worth? Don't you realize how much you matter? And he's like, wait, oh, that's right, I do matter. And what happened is that him finding his words meant that, wait, I don't have to be the doormat for my brother. I can actually go out and do things. I shouldn't have to, like the Harry's first thought for Meghan was like, oh, honey, you're doing too well. She's like, wait, what? Yo, you're doing too well. They're going to go after you if you do too well. And she's like, isn't that a good thing? Why should I?
Not with that family, it's not.
Right? And so that his first thought was that in terms of like, no, you need to shrink yourself. You're being too good at this. And she's like, whoa, wait, what? Because he knew right away that his brother was going to be jealous. That like, he knew right away, like, oh, no, you need to, don't outshine him. She's like, wait, but I'm just being myself. Like, and his whole life is like, no, I need to be less than myself. So actually, him and her both leaving, even though they don't have a plan, and that they emerge victorious. And him, like, remember what he said about going into Tyler Perry's house? He's like, whoa, I didn't expect this. Like, as a prince, to not expect to be in a place of luxury is weird. I'm like, wait, you didn't expect to be in a place of luxury because you were a prince? Oh, no, because you were that prince. You were the prince that always had to do less than William. You get the 2 sausages when he gets the 3. I could not imagine that. I could not imagine me being a parent and being like, oh, I'm sorry, son. You get 2, your brother gets 3 because he's going to be king. This is exactly why William's the way he is now.
Yeah, Diana would have never stood for that.
Right? I'm sorry, William needed a hand to the backside. He grew up in the 80s. The 80s would have had him wrong if they did something. But as we pointed out many a time, William was never shown accountability. When he stole a helicopter from the school, they didn't give him accountability. When he took a gun off the base, he never had accountability. So he knows that he will never be accountable for anything he does. Case in point, literally, when like that Robert Irwin, what is he thinking? William is doing that. He used David Beckham. Now he's using you. And you were like, oh, lapdogging it. You were sweating your balls off in the heat in London, waiting for a place to ride. And William came in with a bus that was electrical for you and didn't drive off with you. And he took like a Range Rover after that. And you aren't embarrassed that you were like, well, you know, it's just how it is. No, I would never hang with that guy again. And you still do. Like, that says enough about you, that you are willing to debase yourself just to embiggen yourself for a silly medal. Then the problem is that, like, Robert Irwin, no offense to you, that won't work over in the USA. We don't care about medals. We don't care if you're OBE, MBE, whatever the heck you want. We're like, your name is your name. So you can say, like, I'm a third. We're like, yeah, guess what? You're an American. We don't do that. That's what's going to happen.
Look at that picture. Everybody always say, oh, when William becomes king, Camilla better look out. Oh, they okay. They okay. Ain't nothing gonna happen to her.
Well, she going home to our house in the country and just watch from the sidelines everything that's gonna happen.
Uh-huh.
Well, no, the thing is with Camilla, like, literally, like, in 2024, when Kate disappeared, she was a cat that got that milk. Like, William tried to, like, stay away from, you know, like, Charles and Camilla to handle it himself. And that's when we got Frankenstein photo. Oh, I don't know if you all noticed that, but, like, they keep trying to, well, they do this anyway, but like, trying to, like, reinvent reinvent the wheel, but also reinvent, like, the history. If you notice, they keep using that Frankenstein photo, and they kept bothering me. I'm like, why are they using that? They're using that to try to give it legitimacy. Like, even though they know it's a fake photo and it was probably cobbled together, they want people to forget that that was the photo that pointed out that people were like, no, the Kensington Palace is not a trusted source. So every time I see Kate with those kids in that photo, I'm like, wait, why do they keep using the fake photo? They're trying to give it legitimacy. And so the reason I bring that up in terms of William and Camilla, William started out, he all of 2024, you could tell he didn't like Camilla. He hated that Harry brought up, like, Spare and all that stuff. All of 2023 was that Kate was like, oh, I have my new leash on life. I'm gonna do Shaping Dust. I'm gonna steal what Meghan has with Archetypes. And Kate was left lacking. And then she had those horrible wigs. And then those articles came out during the summer. Like, those articles came out in terms of her family bankrupting the actual, what was it called? That party pieces. But then also an article came out, was like, what would happen if Kate divorced William? I remember that article very clearly. I was like, huh, they're setting it up. And then we all knew about a royal divorce coming in 2024. Lo and behold, 2024 comes, and it's like, oh, well, no, Kate, well, she already had a actual
Kate was like, you got to catch me first. If you want a divorce, you got to catch me first.
Right? It was like, oh, well, she had pre-planned surgery. It was like, wait, she booked a Shaping Us campaign when she actually had surgery? That doesn't make any sense. Then it was like, they put that Frankenstein photo. We're like, whoa, what are you all doing? Like, this is way too fake. And oh, look, it's Kate skipping to the farmer's market, which is still fake because it's not her. And they won't address their bad planning with all this stuff. And like, wait, that's clearly not Kate, but you don't want to bring up that. And then all of a sudden, that's when the Sussex Squad was like, wow, wait, we don't even like Kate, but there's been a lot of fake pictures of her coming up. And then we had the Kingston. No one even brings up the Kingston. He died. And we don't know how.
If somebody ever wrote a book, I mean a serious book, or did an investigation about the Where's Kate Middleton, they know they really showed their talent with the cancer card. That was the best way to get out of that, because otherwise, once it became a joke on late night television, they panicked.
Yeah.
They literally panicked.
Yeah, and then and so besides being a joke, and people were like, wow, okay, we really don't see her. And the Sussex Squad were like the one people were like, we don't even like her, but did you all get rid of her? Like, we won't let that stand. We're like, okay, she's amongst all things, she's a mother, and she's a person, and and then her mom did that drop off of, because when people were like, wait, we haven't seen the kids, her mom did a drop off of George at that pub. We were like, no, her mom is doing a public place to drop off George, so we know something's going on. And then they had all that other information of like, oh, well, Kate may not come back because of her, abdomen surgery and all this other stuff.
Now, what drop off is that, though? Did we ever see that, or were we told that?
No. See, remember, no, the way they wrote it off is like, Prince William and Prince George say hello to pub members and we're like, wait, no, it was clearly that, because it was clear Carol dropped him off, because we were questioning where the kids were. But they only dropped off George. They didn't show Charlotte or Louis.
Right. During that period of time, the only child was George. Charlotte and Louis did not appear for the entirety of Where's Kate.
No, remember during Louis' birthday, we got a picture from the year before. And we were like, whoa, because it was over here, like ABC or NBC showed the same picture, and people pointed it out, and then they took the picture down because they were like, oh, we can't show the old picture because people notice it's an old picture. And so we were like, whoa, okay, the kids are missing. We only seen George now, because that's when they showed George a bit, because they didn't show Kate. And they kept pretending that, oh, yeah, well, she was at a store shopping and we seen her. Remember all these other stories?
And nobody had a camera. No, it was never captured on film or anything.
Nope.
There were no confirmed sightings for 172 days. Not the AI video, not the farmer's market, nothing.
And then lo and behold, at the end of March, we get an AI video. And the thing is that, remember how familiar we are with AI right now. During that time, we were like, no, this seems weird. Kate actually knew every word. Her ring disappeared. She got extra teeth in her mouth. Her hair never swayed in the wind, and the lighting of it never changed. And remember, they said it. Oh, this was because they tried to get relevance. They said it was BBC Studios.
And the spindles on the bench did not line up.
Exactly.
Right.
One of them blended with her shoulder. I don't know if you remember that too. And so, what the problem was, people were like, well, this is clearly AI. But remember, they were like, oh no, this is from BBC Studios.
And there was no individual that took credit for it, just BBC Studio. Just like when they doxed that kid, whatever the kid had wrote about it, when they doxed him, it was not a report from anyone. It was just a Daily Mail report of some kind, but they never gave credit to anyone for the actual story. And they doxed him and told his neighbors and everything. Did you know your neighbor's such and such or so and so?
Yep. And they were like, oh, this video is only going to be available for this amount of time. I'm like, why? If it's true, why would you need it only available a certain amount of time? And the reason they did BBC Studios, because Studios, they didn't want to give, they wanted to make people to think it's BBC, good credibility.
Yes.
Studios was against BBC. And all of that stuff. And if you remember correctly, I don't know if you remember, but in 2024 and 2025, they started using those photos of Kate as well as they still use a Frankenstein photo. I'm like, why are they using these fake ones? No, they need to still give them credibility. And so, like, through all of this, and also people forget. Also, do you remember 2024 doing Trooping the Colors when she came back where we all had questions? And I'm like, wait, she's not paying attention to William at all. It was at one point during Trooping Color, William literally like he leaned in and said, like, you won. What do you want? And it was like, whoa, like he said that to her during Trooping Color. And then I don't know if you remember after that, I think it was the Korean Prime Minister in 2024 that visited.
Oh yeah, with the rocket dress.
Oh
yes. And it was like when they first met, she did that weird curtsy twice to Charles, but then William leaned over to try to pretend like, oh, let me give you a helping hand, and she flinched from him. And then in the red one, when she came in, she stayed a good distance away from him, and then they switched that dress. For the longest, she flinched away from William in 2024, and it was obvious that like no, she was afraid of him. Then didn't it become 2025, and they realized With Love Meghan was coming out. So then what happened is that okay, With Love Meghan, she did that thing with other people close to With Love Meghan's date, but then what happens is Meghan delayed it. So then they're like, oh well, we can't steal Meghan's limelight. So then William canceled his thing that Saturday. And then they waited until Meghan was going to come out with something in that March. And then that's when they did the Irish thing. And then William was like, oh, well, Kate will give you her jam for free. And then it was the whole supposed jam wars, even though Kate never delivered on any of this crap. But William was trying to embiggen her. But then at the same time, they had Invictus in February. I don't know if you remember the Winter Olympics, the Winter Invictus. And so then it was also the same point where Kate and William, they were holding hands, walking with a camera behind them to copy Harry and Meghan. So at that point, Kate had got.
Oh yeah, you mean that black and white photo?
Yep, they
were leaning into each other.
Yep, they did all this stuff before We Love Meghan, and they were copying Invictus with Harry and Meghan because Kate got to the point where she was like, "Okay, I can lean into Harry and William without flinching." Now she came back on board. And so that's when I realized that I'm like, wow. At first I thought she was going to at least flinch away from him. I was like, nope. She is a mean girl. She is the evil person because now she's leaning right into all this fakeness. Yeah, look at that face. Look at that fakeness. Like she finished that whole sentence and put it together.
That was not one single mistake. And then the back of the bench there. How do you have those three big what do they call those, spindles or whatever, planks, and then on the other side they're all, it just, that doesn't look right. That just doesn't look right. That is AI. There's no way she got through that whole thing without making a mistake. Impossible.
There's nowhere way her hair didn't move in the breeze. I mean, that by itself.
And they do have those the LED wall where you can sit in front of it and it looks like you're outside, but that's not what that is. This is just a good old fashioned, good old new fashioned AI.
Yep.
I didn't want to believe it at the time, but they got away with a whole lot, and all they had to do was to play the cancer card.
Yep.
That was it. But there's no way that she got through that entire thing without a mistake. No way.
Never.
And then she said, with William by my side.
Right.
Where he at? Where he at? That was something that was written by someone for her, not realizing that William was not going to be there because they were going to use AI.
See, the whole point is this. When we saw this video, I was so sure that Kensington Palace put this out but she shut up about it, right? So they were doing their best to try to get her back on the side. Because remember what Charles and Camilla did? They went to Kenya, remember? And they were like, oh, Kate is the daughter we never had. And they give her all these other awards, right? Because they were like, how do we get her back without admitting what we did to her? And because they were like, look, we don't need to point out that we've been horrible to Meghan. I don't want to point out that the institution has been horrible, technically even to Kate. But at the same point, she leaned into this. And remember Charles had that garden party and William didn't come? But then William wanted to have a garden party to show his fealty because that's when he was going against Charles at the point. Like, so I forget what it was, but it was William and Camilla did something where they had to do it together that year, 2024. They didn't say anything at all. And then William at the very end was like, oh, I guess I better lean over and say something. He finally at the end said something to her, and you can tell she was like the cat that got the milk. She was like, oh yeah, you gotta give us fealty because I know what you did to Kate. So Camilla knows she's so happy. Like, because she's like, I got all this on you. But no, they feel like they got by in 2024 without any accusation. But we all know what they did and why. And so it's weird because now people are so familiar with AI. People need to go back and look at what happened in 2024. Because I look at them like, no, I knew that was AI at the time. And they said we were lying. Because they try to make Kate look sickly. But then what made people question is what we saw in Trooping the Color. We looked at Trooping the Color. We were like, whoa, why does she look healthier? And she looked the healthiest she ever been. And then she also had that scar. We were like, whoa, what's that scar? And that's when we were like, wait, you aren't sick. You've just been lying. And you're part of the plan. And so.
But now, see, they said that she had some kind of a surgery when she was a kid. And I don't know how true that is, but they said that she had some kind of surgery when she was a kid. That's what they say.
No, remember they said the surgery before for her head?
Yeah, they said because people were saying that she was wearing hair pieces or whatever, and you can see where it was clipped in. And they said that was from a surgery from when she was a child.
Yes.
That's possible. And then they come back and she's got now a scar that's not on the hairline, but sort of like by her temple, kind of like between her hairline and her eyes. And it's like, well, what is this?
But now, I believe that scar was there before. I found a picture of her, but it wasn't as pronounced as it is now.
She is super skinny now. So that could be that it's pronounced now, you know.
No, but that's what leaves it to question. I doubt everything these people do. Because like if you Google whether a blue-eyed person and a green-eyed person can have kids that are brown-eyed, they pop up. They know what they're doing. Because the thing is, they were trying to Aryanize her so much. My whole point is, I'm like, look, if anything, say she has hazel eyes. Leave it at that. Hazel-eyed people are brown, but they look green. If you said she has hazel eyes, then she can have brown eyes too. But George, Charlotte, and Louis are all brown-eyed. And my whole point is, like, if she is a green-eyed person, if she was a true green-eyed person, she would not have kids that are brown-eyed. But I remember typing in, I don't know if I can type it in now, but if you type in, can a blue-eyed person have a brown-eyed kid with a green-eyed person? They literally are the first people that pop up. So they must know that people question them. So my whole point is, like, look, quit pretending to get all these true Aryan characteristics and stuff like that. Because for them to be true Aryan, you got to be blonde, blue-eyed, or green-eyed, and not brown-eyed. And that's why they hate Lilibet so much. Because you have Harry with his kids that have the Spencer genes, and then particularly Lilibet, which is the blue-eyed version of all of them. And none of these other kids have that. And I'm like, look, no, let her have her brown or hazel eyes. Let it be. But did you hate that the Black American person was able to give all these kids that have Aryan characteristics that you believe to be Aryan? That's why you hate Meghan more, even more for that.
Now you see, you look at her face, and it seems like, and gosh, I hate saying this, but it seems like there's a lack of symmetry, as though she had some kind of a impact on her left side. Her left brow is always up higher, and then of course, and I'm not trying to be funny, but it's like the left side of her face seems like it's almost numb, or that she's had some paralysis of some sort. You see what I mean?
Yep. And the hair is covering it.
Mhm.
So whatever surgery she had, she must have had like a really bad injury, which is interesting that both William and Kate seem to have taken a blow to the head, allegedly. Stuff legs. I hear you over there. Um, no, I'm trying to be serious though. It seemed like they both have taken a blow. I think when I say it, that's when it really gets worse. But it seemed like they both have been injured. Is that better? But yeah, and how ironic! It's just very interesting that both of them seems to have suffered a blow to the head on the same side.
Yep. Remember
So
how
hers is more near the temple, and his is on the left side of his forehead.
remember how often they talked about William and Kate trading blows before 2023?
Uh
And then
huh.
all of a sudden in 2024, they put that article in August and they made it seem like, oh, Harry and Meghan always trade blows. And I was like, they literally switched the names. And they don't even touch them trading blows anymore, because it was very obvious before when they were like, oh, well, it's speculation. But then now all of a sudden when she got domestic violence, they're like, okay, now we can't bring it up because everyone notices now. And so the thing is with her, with scars, you can keep going in and getting surgery for them to get them minimized. And I think that's what's happening. But like for the longest, when she came back for Truth and Color, they were like, we need her away long enough to get the swelling down and to minimize the scar. But people still saw it. But each time you see it, remember that? Oh my God! Remember when she tried to upstage Meghan and she put those photos, the pictures of kids, the photos of what her kids drew, and Louis drew that scar on her head. Do you remember
Did
that?
he? I didn't see that.
No, remember when she put out those photos? It was like he drew a line from her head down, and I was like, no, Louis notices that photo. Like she was trying to show, like, oh, look at these pictures my kid put out. Aren't they so sweet? She's trying to upstage Meghan. And it was, I think it was 2025. And it was like, I don't remember if it was Mother's Day or whatever it was, but she showed photos of her kids drawing photos, because she tried to do that before, the year before, with what's his name, George. Remember when that reindeer that
Yes,
Uh-huh.
that was an exact duplicate of a greeting card or something.
Yep. And then the next year she followed up that, I think it was Mother's Day, with like a photo of maybe it wasn't Mother's Day, because Mother's Day was when she did the Frank photo. But she did a photo that was fake. I mean she put the pictures out of of her kids that they did. It was something with Meghan going on at the time, and we were like, "Wow, these photos don't put you in the good light." But the photo that Louis made of Kate had this scar on her head, the exact same position. I can't remember when it was, but she did that. It was 2025. If someone knows the time and a date, please enlighten me. But
now, you see that? This is how you know William hates his life. This is the kind of stuff that, I mean, look at him. He won't even touch it. And both of them, I mean, it's just it's sad, because you know that they are not there for that. How they got them out there, I'll never know. I'll
is
never
Kate
know how
making
they got them out there.
a new wig?
It is two colors, ain't it? Dark
Yep.
in the front and kind of a dishwater dirty blonde in the back.
This is her blonde moment. Remember when they were trying to sell that?
Oh my God, that was so stupid. Why would
Is.
they do that? Well, you know, the sun bleaches, and she was trying to go blonde, and finally it just didn't work, so she stopped. Just say I'm going blonde, but when they lie, they just make it worse.
Like all of her time in that royal family, she never went blonde. Now, to be fair, certain people, these friends that do that happen to be Caucasian. They get blonder during the summer. Like I know friends that happen that. But the thing is, we have evidential proof of her from 2011 marrying into that family all the way until the other times now, where it never happened, and all of a sudden now it happens. So that you are pretending that after all this time, your hair always bleaches blonde in the summer, and it didn't, and all of a sudden it does. That either says you were dyeing your hair the time before, or that you're lying right now. And which is more likely? You're probably lying right now. Now, to be fair, that last year they were hitting up the slopes. They were doing a lot of vacation. They were doing Greece. They were getting all that and non-environmental stuff away and stuff like that. But we knew when we saw it, we were like, look, you all are trying to give her something new and pretend that it's not new. And I'm like, look, no, she wants to go blonde. Have at it. Do your own thing. But the problem is that many of her supporters pointed out, like, no, it makes her look washed out, makes her look older, and all this other stuff. So what did she do? After that whole blonde moment where she looked crappy and her hair looked like Cousin It, 2 days later, she was at a tennis tournament where her hair dyed darker. And no one questioned it. I'm like, wait, so do you dye your hair or do you not? Are you trying to hide that you do? Like why pretend? Like, we can tell that you're dyeing your hair now.
See that scar?
Oh, yeah. No, look. Well, I'm sorry. I can't tell what is part of his face.
It's right over his left eye. It's about an inch over his left eye. And it's on a diagonal.
I see it.
Yeah. Somebody hit him with that 9-iron. He was sitting up there talking that shit, and all of a sudden somebody clocked him. You cannot tell me that it ain't something wrong from that, allegedly.
See, I want to underscore all this. I want to pretend it's a Phineas Gage thing. Do you know who Phineas Gage is? Okay, so if you look up the story of Phineas Gage was a person, I think he was born in the 1900s. But anyway, Phineas Gage is a whole story about psychology and the brain. It's like it was a book called, I think it's called Descartes' Error. Mm-hmm. Descartes did the thing, I think, therefore I am. So basically, like, that you think you are a person, whatever the heck it is. But the problem with Phineas Gage, he was working on the railroads, and one of those railroad spikes went through his head, but he lived. Now, the problem with Phineas Gage is that spike went through his prefrontal cortex. I forget what it was called, what the part of the brain, but it's prefrontal cortex. And everyone noticed that his attitude had changed after that. He was a lot more flippant with people. He was a lot more, he was ruder. His attitude just changed. And people were like, wow, no, he is not the same person. So people pointed out that, like, no, he had suffered severe brain trauma. And then therefore that's what was arise from his differential opinions and his whole, like, attitude. Like, that's why he was so different after that. And then after he died, they took his brain later to, like, examine it and stuff like that. So his name is Phineas Gage, PH whatever Phineas after that. Phineas Gage. But he worked on the railroads here, and a railroad spike which was headed. Everyone talked about his changing attitude after that. So they basically pointed out, the part of his brain that was damaged was a place where emotions were done. So that's why when people point out, like, William was clocked when he was young, I'm like, was he normal before he was clocked? And everyone's
ignoring it? Yeah. Well, I mean, no, he wasn't so normal. He seemed to have some behavior issues. Now, I want to show you this. Legs, be strong. Be strong.
Don't do Camilla. Don't do Camilla, you know.
Oh, no. You see what I mean? There seems to be
Oh, jeez. Is this
There's
fun, Kate?
there seems to be a lack of symmetry on the left side.
Jesus. Is that her smile? Did she have a stroke before? Like,
Right?
okay.
It seems like something happened. It really do. I'm not trying to be funny, but it seemed like something happened.
No, I
Now,
think this is time when Karen Wilson was like leaking to the press. Be like, look at my fun daughter. And William is
right. You know, somebody probably leaked the photo outside of the family because this ain't something you show when you're trying to get your daughter up in. You don't show this when you're trying to get your daughter up in there.
Wow.
I know. Kind of scary, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Kind of scary.
jeez.
Yeah. Be strong. We'll get through this.
Jeez, like what?
I'm telling you, it seemed like both of them took a blow to the head at different points, different places, some place in their lifetime. I just find it very interesting that both of them seem to have taken a blow to the head, and now
Could
they're
have been
together.
dental work.
And now they're together.
See, it's so weird because obviously, like, I think the reason that Kate really doesn't, well, first, Kate doesn't like any female, right? Like, she has, like, whoever, I don't know if you've seen that thing on Twitter, that Molly lady. I would love to know who she is because she clocked Kate way before Meghan came along. She sent that Twitter that tweet that was like, you know, she was like basically she's like, I really feel for Harry's future wife because Kate doesn't have any female friends that she seems to like the attention. Like it was she clocked that like no, like she felt for Harry's future wife based off of Kate's behavior previously. And everything she had said manifested itself. And I understand, like the whole society is like, you need to marry up in terms of the aristocracy and all this other crap. Like, and Kate felt that pressure by her mom and all the other stuff. I can see that, but my whole point is that maybe it's just a U.S. thing. It's like we don't wait for anything. Like our happiness, your individual happiness, should go above anything else. That you are putting your whole life on hold for the possibility of marrying someone that just seems weird and awkward.
Ladies and gentlemen, the future king and queen.
Right? Jesus.
Now, how you expect somebody to take you serious and you walk out there with your hair like that?
Your cousin is like, girl.
How do you expect somebody to take you serious and you done walked out there with your hair that big and that blonde? I mean, it's like it was a bad joke, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's like it was a bad joke.
Oh Lord. It's like it didn't see a brush. It didn't see.
Every time I see that picture, I get so tickled.
And she knew she was rocking it, right?
Every time I see that picture. Oh, speaking of pictures, let me show you this one. This one was kind of strange. Oh, wait. I got to take something away to put something else up. Let me get rid of a couple of things.
If you try to bring up Farrah Fawcett, but Farrah Fawcett, her hair looked actually good. Like, what is this? It's not even part of it.
Look,
like, all of
you know, it's the part in the back. You see how like the dark part is raised above the blonde part?
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you would think that when she stepped out to go get in the car or whatever, that William would have been like, huh? You know what I mean? Because it does startle you when you first look at it. Because it's so big, right?
Imagine Harry with this. Like, look, see, Meghan has very thick hair, but because she has thick hair, when she presses it, it looks so good and sleek. But remember Harry, whenever Meghan was doing anything when she first started, he was always fixing her hair. He always like, oh, I got you, babe. I got you, babe. I got you. William was like, I don't know what to do with this shit. Like, it's just, he let it go.
But it's just so big. Why would you do
it's
that?
It's throwing a shadow. Look at it on the right side. It's throwing a shadow onto her face.
Right?
Look at it.
look at that smile. So happy. Like
every time I look at it, it becomes more. Oh.
It's like you gotta shift it, right? You gotta shift down, and it's just wow. Like, I don't know who her weaveologist is, but they need to get fired. Like,
well, that's mostly her real hair. I believe that's mostly her real hair. I don't think there's any extensions there. But it is such a contrast to go from that to that.
That's
you know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's the way that is sitting on top of her head. It's not her hair.
Like it's something resting on her head.
Yep.
Right. I mean, it looks like somebody took a picture and then just photoshopped some hair on it.
I'm just saying, E.T. and that wig look more believable. I'm just saying.
It's very jarring.
Right? Well, she doesn't think it's anything wrong with that picture. That she walked out.
She knew she was causing it, honey. She was, I'm ready for them. They ain't ready for me. I can't wait till they see my hair.
This shows she didn't have any real true girlfriends. Because they'd be like, girl, They would have told her. No, don't you go out like that. And she walked out all positive and happy.
I mean, but who would take you serious looking like that? You know what I'm saying? It's just who could take you serious if you just appeared like that one day? It's like a really bad weave, hair extension, something. But
I'm like, you got a little something on your head. I just gotta fix this. It's just like none of that. No one told her that she wasn't rocking it. And William's so happy. He doesn't know the difference either. It's just like, wow. It's just, why does William always look like someone punched him in the face? Doesn't he always look like someone punched him? Like, he always has that look. It's like after he's mid-punch. It's like, it's just like he always has that look.
Like, what's his name? Nigel Farage. He kind of looks like that. Like somebody just pulled back a punch.
I don't know. Nigel Farage to me looks like an ostrich. That's what he looks like to me. He looks like he's mid-yell with his ostrich face.
Gosh, I hope she got her money back for that wiglet.
Right? Well, but that would have to admit that she wore it, right?
She must be very insecure, though, because she has tried so many different looks. And she's really at that age where you know, when you're in public life, she's at that age where she needs to try to settle into something that's versatile, that won't look so,
jarring.
Done. Yeah. Especially for someone who wants to be, what do you call it? Acknowledged by the aristocratic crowd. They don't do that stuff. They don't show like step out the car showing all their business like that. That is not a very classy thing.
No, and she's been doing this for forever, right? She's always been wanting to be part of them.
And this is another one that kind of scares me. Yeah. Very strange. Very, very strange.
Working 9 to 5.
With that big hair, though, that one caught me off guard. It's just like I did the double take when I saw it. I did. I did the double take because it was a lot to take in at a glance.
Yep. And remember, her supporters were out for her too. They were like, "Yeah, no, this is the thing that you want to do."
That's what I'm saying. I mean, she can do whatever she wants to, but she's at the age and in the role where you need to define a look that you can take with you. Like Queen Letizia, Maxima, you don't see them experimenting with their hair to that degree.
Yeah, but they were grown women when they married into royal families. I mean, and they were they were accomplished and everything. Kate does not compare to them.
Right.
She just does. She compares more closely to that woman in Norway.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The one on oxygen.
She got a lung transplant.
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
Yeah, never mind. She smokes still.
That's not good.
Mm.
Now, okay, I got one for you. Now, she should keep it there. Pull it back, put it up when you have to. That's a good length. You know, not all of the mermaid hair and stuff. I don't think that someone in her position is supposed to be doing the mermaid hair. That's for like somebody who works at Fox News. That's a good length for her right there. She can pull it back, she can wear it up, but all this experimenting, that should be behind her, not ahead of her.
Well,
I think that's a terrible mistake.
Well, if you remember correctly, so what happened is that, remember, before Meghan came, her hair was always shorter. And, Meghan came in and Meghan had longer hair, but then all of a sudden, you notice that Meghan's hair was chopped. And I was like, wait, why did Meghan cut her hair? And I was like, they didn't make Meghan cut her hair because they didn't want it to be as long, right? And maybe they sold it like, oh, all royal women have hair about this length, right? But I don't know if you remember. Remember when Meghan came back in 2020 when they took that picture of that Victoria Beckham dress, which first I don't like it, but every single person commented on Meghan's hair. They was like, wow, her hair's so long, and I'm like, why are they commenting on it? But if I think back to it, I'm like, wait, your goal was to shorten Meghan's hair. You didn't want because what did you all say? You said she walks too sexy. Her hair is too long. That you wanted her to be what you molded her to be. But they all commented when Meghan's hair was they were like, the one thing they all pointed out was Meghan's hair was long because Meghan's like a chia pet. So then they were like, and so then all of a sudden, 2020 happens and Meghan and Harry are no longer there, and then the one thing they comment on, because Meghan in California did the school for girls, the Immaculate Heart, where she spoke out about Black Lives Matter. And then she also spoke out about that woman's thing when she was in that blue. They kept commenting on her hair, how long it was. Then come April, if you look from Kate from March and then Kate from April, her hair grew a whole foot.
Mm-hmm.
That's when she started wearing the extensions. So Kate pays attention when people pay attention. So she's like, well, if Meghan is going to wear her longer hair, well, I need to have hair as long as Meghan. And that's when it was very obvious Kate started wearing extensions. Because before, she had the ones to give her hair more full, make it look more full, right? But after that, they were like, nope, we need your hair down your back like Meghan's. Because basically we are setting you up to take Meghan's place. And then, lo and behold, come 2021, she's stealing obvious outfits from Meghan. She's stealing obvious outfits that Meghan have worn. And then they darkened her hair too, remember? In January 2021, her hair was darkened to look like Meghan's. I'm like, wait, what are they doing? Are they literally trying to make her still Meghan's persona? This is very weird. And no one pays attention to it.
That hair, there's nothing wrong with the hair, but like I say, in her role, in her position, this looks too desperate and needy.
Yes.
I can see if she had just put some, But that is obviously a bunch of extensions, and you don't see any other royal women, especially someone going on the throne. You don't see nobody else doing that. Yeah, you don't see anybody else. Finally, she stopped showing the knees. That was horrendous.
That and her bum. They did her bum and moved
Right.
way too long.
Mhm.
I'll be right back, you guys. I'll be back.
No problem.
Okay.
So Hazel, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm just doing all these follow-up appointments and going to physical therapy and oh gosh, look at that.
Well, I'm glad you're doing better because, like, it's funny because at one point, I feel like I want to do this before the end of the summer. I wanted to go down to New Orleans, and I was like, oh, I wonder if I should contact Hazel, let her know I'm coming, and so I can say hello. But I'm glad you're doing better.
Yeah. Working on it, legs, working on it. Look at it. Look at the makeup.
Jeez, it's like it's not even beauty pageant. It's like worse than that. It's like this is like high school prom, and someone's trying to they're like it's like someone thinking that they own it. And does it bother you? But it bothers me that her hair's not parted properly. Like whoever's trying to part her hair, they don't do it right.
Yeah.
It's always a slight askew, which makes me think that she's balding on one side more than the other.
Could be. Really? Yeah. Is this before she got married or after? I can't tell. I think it's after because look at her arms.
Yeah, no, yeah, ugh. Someone that needs help this badly that no one actually addresses is very sad. No one has her actual interest in heart. It's kind of the same thing with the BAFTA. It's like, oh, okay, we're gonna call Black Americans N-words, and that's gonna be okay, and we won't address it because then we're gonna make it about various disabilities. It's like, what? No, you didn't have to make it about that. You can actually make it about one oppressed group doesn't have to attack another oppressed group. It's just like it's weird.
Mm-hmm.
And did we hear anything from William, the BAFTA president? Nope.
But that's what the British do. They use one oppressed group to attack another oppressed group and keep them fighting, and you're not watching what the people above you, in power are doing.
Very true. No, so the problem
is plastic.
And they do that because that's why the monarchy is still around. Because if enough people were like, wait, we all are not benefiting from this system, and they revolted against it, that system shouldn't be there anymore. That they control the media to basically make the media always uplift them. That is so weird to me. Because granted, in the US, right, we have media that are uplifting for certain individuals, but we also have media that denigrate them, and we see all of it, right? So
right.
You have to make your own impression. But then with them, I'm like, wait, all of your media uplifting is not one person that's like, well, maybe Republic is trying to, and even Byline Times are trying to do it, but it's like they're all operating under the same microscope, and no one actually points out that how horrible you all are. BBC try to pretend that they are, but they're not. They're right along with them, uplifting that family. They'll be like, oh, look, we said something about it one day. Now we don't talk about it anymore, and that's okay. It's like, what? No, you need to actually continually be investigating this. Your people, the humanitarians, the humans in that whole island are being swindled out of their money, and no one does anything. They don't demand more for it. They don't literally that Buckingham Palace was taken care of, and people one of the major reasons that they said they were renovating is because They were like, we're renovating Buckingham Palace because that's where the king or the queen stays. And now it comes out, they're like, oh yeah, no one's staying there. It's like, wait, you lied to all these people. Just renovate. Why renovate it with that money if no one's going to see it? No, you wanted to. And then you want to pretend that William and Charles are actually paying money. I happen to notice that the money that Charles and William paying, that was 2024 to 2022. What happened in 2025? Like, I'm very confused. Like, you're not going into the new year where you actually need to pay 2025 to 2026. You left that out. And it's like, they're ignoring inheritance tax. They're ignoring the security fees. Like, William is literally paying off all these other people. Like, we see with his foundations that most of the money for the Earth Shot is going for the people to come there, not for the people to actually begin receiving a prize. He's wasting
Exactly.
He's wasting like $7 million for the people to come, like the celebrities to come for it. I'm like, this is unsustainable. It's insane.
Right. Oh God, Earth Shot. It's so poorly planned,
Right?
and no one even bothers trying to fix it. You know.
Yeah, did they cut away rainforests for it? Like last year, it's like, wait, you got rid of rainforests to have this Earth Shot? Like, are you serious? It's insane.
Yeah, but that's William for you.
Yeah, no, all of this is just vanity projects. And the problem is that, like, they don't understand why they're not beloved, but people can see the evilness. Like, before Meghan and Harry said anything for the Oprah interview, we know that they were being tortured. You know how we know? You all didn't defend them. You didn't defend them when someone called a child an ape. You didn't defend them when 72 MPs, women, said, like, whoa, this is not okay.
Right.
Not one in that family said anything when Meghan was going through that. And that's how we can tell you all were trash at that moment. And then yet the year after that, when what was it? It was the Italians versus English in terms of the football. And all of a sudden, the Italians were like, Meghan, one of us. And then you all, the British, you lose. And then the British citizens are attacking Italians. And William's like, oh, well, racism doesn't have anything to do. And people are like, wow, that'd be great if you said that for your sister-in-law. Like, that you can speak out as the head of the football federation, whatever it is called, for racism, and you don't speak up for the people in your family, that says enough. Like, because you said that people can attack your family members, and you don't have to say anything, but you can speak up for people who aren't your family members. That's how we knew that you were trash. That's how we knew that you were part of it. And that's how we knew that, like, we don't trust you or like you. And yet, you all still want us to like you, and you're still doing it? Hey, how about this? How about you all say, like, you know what? Like, Meghan is my family. Whether I like it or not, she's my family. Don't say anything about her. You all haven't done any of that. You've given free reign for them to go after her. And because of that, that's why we go after you.
Mm-hmm. That's it. The one thing I liked about Keir Starmer is that he took away, because William was both the president of the Football Association and he was the patron. And Keir Starmer took away president of the association from him.
Oh, thank God. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they were having what seems to be a contentious talk at a football game.
Oh, I remember
and then
that.
later on, he removed that.
Good.
Because really, I mean, to be the president of something, that's work. You have to put in real work for that.
Exactly.
You know, and he wasn't putting in any work, and Keir Starmer took that from him. I'm sorry for that reason that Keir Starmer is gone, because he did not play with William. I think he handled them.
See, my problem is, though, with Keir Starmer, like, granted, I'm not over there in England, and I don't know, but he's still part of that royal, that he's known as Sir Keir Starmer, bothers me. I'm like, no, that you cared about that title enough. Like, it's like that means you will never hold them all the way accountable. You like the thing is that what the people really needed was someone to speak for them. Like that you're still part of that system shows that you're not speaking for the people. And I think
Yeah. Well, that's hard to find because
no, it goes with Session, right? Because that like when they were trying to investigate Andrew, when someone pointed out like, oh, Parliament wants to investigate Andrew. Oh, they need the king's permission to investigate Andrew. Okay, that says enough. That they can't operate independently without the king saying like, oh, I give you my blessing. That means everything else is a stitch up. They will never investigate properly. They will never be like, oh, well, we will do this out the respective people. No, because if all of a sudden the palace like, yeah, we don't want you investigating it, they drop it. It's just like remember when Kate went to that vigil.
and they put Meghan's name on the report.
Oh yeah, that that was for Sarah Everhart or something like that.
They sure did.
Hide it for Kate. And personally, I don't think you even changed that. I don't think you even changed it from the Duchess of Sussex. I think you still left it as that because that Cressida Dick, whatever her name was, like the police person was all in for the royal family because she got her titles from whatever it is them, and so she was all in for that. And so that's oh shoot, what time is it? Is it like 5:30? Oh wow.
Yeah, the sun is up here. You know, I was away from home and I was so worried about my plants, but when I came back, everything was the soil was still dark and moist and everything. So I was glad for that. So I thought I was gonna have to go out and replace a few things, but nope. Fortunately, everything was correct.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh, you just don't know how glad I am to be back home. You know, given everything, it's like you want to. I guess I should speak for myself. I. It's like I want to get back to my normal routine as fast as possible. Um, Almost like that makes it not have happened, but of course, you know what happened has happened. But I don't know. It just seemed like I feel better when I get to my routine. So, plus the stuff I wanted to work on, I hated having all of that undone because I'm like, oh, I was just getting my momentum. But that's okay. I'll get it back.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like I don't have a choice. I mean, I got stuff I need to work on, and um, like I say, when you get rid of clutter, you can welcome blessings. And it's odd because all of the clutter is in the bedroom. The rest of the house looks pristine. I promise you, it looks pristine. It's like it almost looks like someone staged it for the potential buyer or renter or something like that. But I just have some severe storage issues. And I got a storage locker and I took the stuff right back out. I'm like, nope, because I'm kicking the can down the road. And that is not my intention. I'm going to deal with it and then it'll be done. So, okay, I guess we should call it a morning.
I don't know what I don't know how you all feeling, but like I'm like, shoot, if the sun's up, I'm like, when is McDonald's open? I don't know. I want an egg McMuffin, egg sausage McMuffin for some reason.
I love the smoked double bacon cheddar something something at the Starbucks. It's so good. The bun is like that of a croissant, and then it's the smoky bacon, the egg, and the cheddar cheese. So good, it just melts in your mouth.
Oh, that sounds good.
Oh, it is. It's
No.
divine. The smoked bacon, double cheddar, such and such. Yep. So good. The bacon is nice and smoky. Oh, I had one yesterday, and I'm telling you, it was so good. Just melts in your mouth. I used to get those from my aunt, and she would always call me and say, "What?" Oh, she'd text me. She'd say, "What is the name of that sandwich?" Because she'll have someone go to the Starbucks, or she'll go, and she can never remember the name of it.
Like me, I think about like the sausage and muffin, like not necessarily just from McDonald's, but like when I lived in California, like with my work thing, they made something similar, and I would always get like a couple of those with a couple of honey packets. Ugh, just putting the
Mm. Yep.
Mm.
it made me remember growing up. My grandma, she didn't get it often, but like she always had it was either bacon or sausage or turkey sausage. And when she do turkey sausage, she would have either the links, but sometimes she had the sausage patties. So I remember having like eggs with the turkey sausage patties and with honey on it, and it's just like, oh my god, those were so delicious. The brown and serve, that's what it's brown and serve. It's like brown and serve rolls versus the oh my god,
Oh, I remember brown and serve rolls. Yeah.
that was Thanksgiving, but it was oh my god, what was the one in terms of? It was something from the morning that she would get. She always had the like the ones that you would have to cut yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And then she would get the turkey version of it, and she would get the like the other version of it, and she would make it. But whenever we had a turkey version, I don't know why I remember like always having the honey, putting the honey on it, and like I had to give it to her. She maybe we were hyperactive kids, but we did not have sugar until we were like in fifth grade. Like I assumed what sugar was because my great grandparents were like we were in a multi-generational house. I assumed sugar was from the little pink packets or the blue packets, but I didn't realize that was like sweet and low and equal and stuff like that. And so about fifth grade, I think my great grandparents were passed by that point, and she was like, "Oh, go in the pantry and get like the sugar bag." I was like, "What sugar bag?" I was like, "Okay." I remember getting it, and I remember looking at the sugar. I was like, "It doesn't look right. It doesn't. It looked crystal. It wasn't like powdery, right?"
Right.
I remember, and I loved cornflakes then because we would get the cornflakes, and I remember putting that on my cornflakes and eating it. I was like, "Whoa, what is this?" And it's just like I had no idea what real sugar was until that point. But good for her. She hid it from us. She made sure we did not have true sugar, and we were not hyperactive. We were around her. We had enough energy. I think she thought.
When I was in the hospital, they had me on a regular diet.
Mm-hmm.
And the things that they serve for breakfast, you can get pancakes, you can get biscuits, you can get biscuits and sausage gravy and eggs.
Oh, wow.
And then on Fridays, they had what they call French toast bread pudding. And we're not talking about a little tiny piece, a hunk. I could never finish it. I was like, what are y'all doing? I'm like, what are y'all doing? Yes, it's a regular diet, but could it be a little healthier?
I found out, well, at least when I was in the hospital one time, I found out that if you check everything, they will give you everything. I thought it was like, oh, you have this or that. They give you everything. They have stuff running all off the side of the tray.
Yep, they do.
Check it, they give it to you. I remember one time I was in the hospital, the doctor was like, well, we're going to put you on a diet. I said, man, y'all better bring me some food. Y'all better bring me some food. It was so funny the way I said it because it was just like it came out of my mouth before I said, man, y'all better bring me some food.
God.
Yeah, I was not playing.
I was like, if I followed these people, I'll be even bigger. I'm like, let me just eat the eggs and the fruit off this plate. Because all of that, and then they give you a packet, a bowl of cornflakes, that's all sealed up.
Oh.
I
And
want
milk.
everything I got coming.
Well, I stacked the cornflakes in the room. They came home. They came home with me.
Oh Lord. Oh.
Oh God. Although when I had to go for a test and I was NPO without food, NPO one day, and I came back and it was after lunch and before dinner, and I was just like, it was so far from lunch that I didn't want whatever they had because it would just be old, right? I said, well, I'm gonna have to struggle. I was just like, oh wait, I got cornflakes over here. Let me eat one of these. But it was, it was interesting.
Oh my God.
Especially when I ordered a Coke and I got it. I didn't get a full Coke, but I was like, oh really? Okay.
I'm curious. Do people still eat cornflakes? Because I grew up on cornflakes, like oatmeal. Oh my God, grits. Oh my God, so good. Like
Grits, yeah.
We always had that, and my grandma would always make sure that we always had to do some fruit. So we either had cantaloupe. We always had cantaloupe, and it was that, or every now and then she'd give us a honeydew melon. And I didn't like honeydew as much as I liked the cantaloupe, but like she always chopped some of that up. We always had that.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, love cantaloupe. Don't care for honeydew that much, but it's interesting. I was like, oh, okay.
Get some grits with some butter.
Mm-hmm. And some black pepper on it.
Oh, you speak. God. I don't know. Like I love some cornflakes. I look back at that and I'm like, oh shoot, that was so good, cornflakes with some sugar on it. But no, like having a fruit, like oh my God, oatmeal with sugar.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like I don't know if everyone knows what grits are. Like,
now is grits made from the corn the center of the ear of the corn on the cob? Is that made from the cob?
It's made from the corn itself, the corn kernels. They dry it.
Is it? I never knew
Yeah.
that.
They dry it and they treat it some kind of way and then they grind it up.
Oh, okay.
But grits, you have some grits and some eggs.
mm-hmm.
You're good for the day.
Did you ever
never get into the grits?
Oh, okay.
I mean, I've eaten them, but I just, I never got so into it.
Did you all ever?
Not everyone can cook them well,
Mm-hmm.
And what about the people that make them with shrimp?
There, but
they add the shrimps to it. You ever do that? Have the grits with the shrimps?
Shrimp and grits.
How is that?
It's good.
Okay.
I've also had catfish and grits.
Oh my God, catfish! Oh Lord! Like in my family reunions, we always gotta monitor the two things we monitor is the fried catfish and the banana pudding. That's the two things you monitor. You gotta keep an eye on
banana pudding.
Otherwise, no one gets it. You gotta make sure you serve that out. Other stuff people can get, but the banana pudding and the catfish, particularly we always do fried catfish. Breaded. My grandma, like she would make it herself, but sometimes when she didn't, she always did J&J's. She always did catfish. Catfish and some hot sauce. Louisiana hot sauce. So good.
Yep.
And you always got to be careful. Like if you're doing catfish, you got to be careful of the bones. Some people aren't used to eating fish with bones on.
True.
Do you ever eat catfish with Barry?
Oh yeah, I love catfish. Love it. You know what? I want to try some malted vinegar next time I eat some fish. I had it on some fish and chip in London. No, in Windsor when I on the day of the wedding, and that was the first time and the only time I had fish and chips over there, and they served it with malted vinegar. And when I was a kid, I used to eat vinegar with my fish. So I tried it. It was so good. So I actually ordered a bottle of it.
Okay.
Vinegar was the dressing for everything for us growing up. We had greens, we had vinegar, and hot sauce. Typically, the greens had some kind of meat in it. It was typically turkey necks because whenever my grandma made turkey, she always took the necks and put it in the freezer. And then whenever we had anything, she always threw a turkey neck. But it was like, yeah, we always had vinegar with greens, whether it was the mustard, cabbage, or the collard. We mostly did collard, but then every now and then we do mustard and turnip.
I like collards. And I like when you mix mustard and collards.
Did you and your family because our family, what we did, we would sit and pick them together and clean them? I don't know if you ever did that.
Nah. Whoever was cooking them was left to that task. Like, oh, you cleaning? Okay, bye. See you later.
In my family, it was always that if you had some kid growing up, they were always supposed to be there to help. They didn't know they were there to help, but they eventually didn't. It was always that. It was always that they would be like, "Oh, why don't you go over there and pick those turnips?" It was like, "Oh, okay." You just end up going over there working, and then you look back, and I remember someone being like, "Oh, you can cook very well." I was like, "What? Can I?" And I realized, no, my family is they always put you to work. If they're doing work, then you doing work.
Mm-hmm.
If they get those potatoes boiled and ready to mash, you doing work. You cleaning the greens, or you doing the potatoes, or you're doing the sweet potatoes. You were doing something. And I didn't realize that was a way to teach you how to make food. You know what I mean?
And it's a good way because I grew up and had to learn because when my mom died when I was young, and my grandmother, she didn't want you in her kitchen, right? So you didn't learn. I didn't learn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that. So I had to talk to people, consult them, and kind of remember every once in a while you might see her doing something, but you couldn't stay in her kitchen for very long. And you remember, or remember from an aunt or something like that. But I got it down now. But it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy.
Have you ever had the fondant potatoes?
No.
So good, easy to make. You can get a recipe from the YouTube, but basically you take you I've talked about it before, right? The fondant potato. Oh, it's so good. You want to take a potato and cut it in half. Well, you want to peel it, of course, and you want it two nice round cylindrical, maybe 3 inches high, and you know pretty much as close in size as possible, but not as a rule. And it doesn't have to be pretty unless you want it to. And you cook it in some butter. You want to take about half a stick of butter and fill up that cast iron pan with the potatoes and grill them on one side. And then you flip them over. And of course, you want to season them. I put thyme and rosemary, everything like that. You flip them over and you add some chicken broth and you put it in that oven and let it cook until the broth just kind of, starts getting low. And if you don't think it's done yet, you want to just add a little more broth and let it cook some more. And when you take it out, it is kind of creamy on the broth side, on the bottom side, kind of light and flaky in the middle and crispy on the top. So you got 3 different textures. You could also do it with a sweet potato. I saw that somewhere and I just decided, oh, I'm going to make that. And it was so good. It's like a Victorian recipe for the, the upper crust.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, it's called the fondant potato.
That sounds like fun.
Oh, it's delicious.
Oh.
It is delicious. Oh, let me see. I got one here. I just want to figure out which one I want to share. I'll just go with the first one. I guess it'll upload. We'll see. There you go. You can see how the broth cooked down. So the bottom part is nice and creamy. You could almost see the 3 different textures. And then the middle is flaky and the top is kind of crusty. But yeah, that's the fondant potato. You start cooking it on the stove with that butter, then you flip them, put them in the oven. And I don't know what the temperature and bake time is, but I always go back and find the video again. But yeah, oh, that was so good. And then one time I saw someone who had made it. They had did sweet potatoes and white potatoes. So I did that too. I forget which potato they recommend, but you want to try to make it as uniform as possible so they cook evenly. I'm going to have to make that again soon. Little thyme, little rosemary, and whatever other seasoning, salt and pepper, whatever.
Salt and pepper.
So good.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
So good.
And butter.
And butter. Like Paula Dean say, put some butter on it. Yeah, just add a little butter. You want to add a little more butter?
Whatever happened to her?
After she was exposed as being a Civil War Jim Crow role player, ain't seen her no more. That just goes to show you never really know a person, huh? Because she just seems so lovable and everything. Life of the party.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is a different batch of potatoes. Yeah, that one I didn't cook as crispy as the other one, but it was still delicious.
See that? When you cook the fondant potatoes, see how the broth is being pulled into the potato?
Woo!
See that?
Yes.
Broth is being pulled up into the potato. So chicken broth, beef broth, whatever. Chicken broth probably better.
Hi, Connie Bomber.
Listen to that.
Connie Bomber!
Crispy on the top and smooth and creamy on the inside. See that? Smooth and creamy on the inside.
Oh, you can hardly see where I cut it. Oh, well. My imitation granite countertops. And you know when a person ain't doing good, see that white stove? You can tell when somebody ain't made it in life when they got that white stove. That means you barely making it. You know when what's her name? Ayanna Van Zant, when she had been away from Oprah for so long, and they had the preview of their show, what is it, reunion show, and I saw that white stove and refrigerator. I said, "Ooh, somebody didn't had a fall from grace." And sure enough, she had lost everything. That's how you can tell. So see, y'all know I'm not rich. Look at that. But it's clean though. My stove is immaculately clean. It's almost like I don't even use it. I'm very fussy about that. And don't let me drop something behind the stove. I pull everything out. I'll be up all night trying to clean it up. Uh-oh. Let me see. There you go. Oh, both of y'all got kicked out, huh? Anyway, that is my recipe for the fondant potatoes. Also, I think I put some bay leaf in there too. Yeah, I can see it. I put some bay leaf in there. So good. Making myself hungry. It is called fondant potatoes. Fondant. Fondant potatoes. Just like the Victorians used to eat. Look at that. Look at how it's bubbling. Ah, ooh, right out the oven. Right out. Best time to eat them is right out the oven because it's still crispy on the top. But look at that. Don't that look good? Mm.
You know, I can't help but notice that you got that cast iron skillet. My grandmama always had that black cast iron skillet.
Yes, it's great for cooking protein, meat, like hamburgers, steak, or whatever. And it's also good for intruders.
That's very true. I look back and I'm like, wait. I used to remember being younger, but like, well, I'm not big enough to hold a skillet because I always thought they were really heavy. But I didn't realize she had that black cast iron skillet. She would cook her chicken in it, like fried chicken. You degrease to a certain temperature, and then you throw it, and then you do the half side, then you flip the other half side. Like, no, that skillet that was durable,
and it cooks evenly. You don't have the hot and cold spot or nothing like that. It cooks evenly.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I got a smaller skillet or pan. I have a smaller one. Also, I have the black cast iron Dutch oven.
Oh, okay.
Do you know why they call them a Dutch oven?
No, actually.
Before people had a proper stove, you would actually take the pot and sit it down like in the coals or whatever, and you would even cover it with like the hot embers and everything, and it would almost surround the entire pot, and you cook it like that, or you could put it over open flame or whatever. But it is like a self-contained little miniature oven, so that's why they call them a Dutch oven. Now, why attributed to the Dutch, I don't know, but traditionally you would have an iron pan, and you would like place it like right in the center of your coals or fire or whatever, and cook it like that. Because I mean, you couldn't ruin the pan, whatever you do. So they referred to it as an oven, a Dutch oven. So now I think we just use the name because of the shape, but the traditional ones were made out of cast iron.
Mm-hmm.
Those potatoes look so good.
I know.
And all that butter and
Nothing eating potatoes early in the morning.
chicken broth.
It makes me think about hash browns and stuff. So delicious.
Right where my mind was, like, oh, hash browns.
And listen to that.
You hear that scraping the top of it? Ugh.
Crispy on the top. And
Then
smooth
light and
creamy
flaky in the middle
on
and
the
creamy
inside.
at the bottom. And
See
you
that?
got 3 different potato
Smooth and
experiences
creamy
all
on
in
the
one.
inside. whatever. Chicken broth probably better. Smooth and creamy.
Cast iron pan and a gas range.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like it.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like it.
Yeah, I prefer the gas range. I really do. Yep. But yeah, try that recipe. You can find one on YouTube easily.
Uh-huh. Ooh, that looks good. It is
So let
6
me
o'clock.
see. We had about 220. I didn't know I had that many members. I had no idea. We had 227. I kept checking. I'm like, this is members only, ain't it? But yeah, if you just joined us, we've been talking about the Royals. Also, at a certain point, I spoke about having a loss in the family. My brother that you all had prayed for so long ago, and as far as I'm concerned, kept him alive much longer than what the doctors assumed. He passed away Monday, and we've already had the funeral and everything. So I am back home. I don't know if it sounds different when I'm away or at home on the microphone, but I'm back home, and yeah, so I'm just trying to get back into my routine, and of course I'll be thinking about my brother, um, forever, but a lot in the coming weeks. But yeah, and the real eerie thing about it is that we both look so much alike that people kept remarking about that because most of the people that he was friends with, I didn't know most of those people, and so they were kind of looking at me like, "You look just like your brother." Yeah.
Sorry about that. When my older brother passed, like the same thing happened. Like at his funeral, people kept saying that too.
Oh, I got the messages from you guys, the private chat. I see that now. I didn't notice it. I saw the little red indicator. I'm like, oh, that did work. But I guess you all couldn't see when I sent the message, huh?
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Well, anyway, I'm going to have to figure that out one of these days. Anyway, I'm going to say good morning, good night, God bless. As always, you guys, thank you so much for trusting me to do this work. And I tell you, one of the things that has given me comfort in the worst of times is this community. And that's not just me saying that, that is the truth. And I hope that this community is there for you all when you need it.
Agreed. Thank you very much, Vera, for all that you do, and thank you for inviting me and Hazel on.
Oh my God! Thank you all for doing this.
Well, we are always willing, and stuff like that. Like if we're able and stuff like that. The good thing about all three of us is that we come and go and stuff like that. I remember at one point tonight I was talking and I was like, oh, and I look, I'm like, wait, it's 3? Oh, wait, it's 4. And I just keep looking.
Yeah, the time just goes by. And I mean, there's been times when I made a smoothie, I cooked a pizza and ate it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
and directly after this, I'm gonna go and get that McMuffin.
Yeah. Yeah, the McMuffin is actually very healthy.
Is it?
Yeah, the McMuffin is because I guess the bread is like not so high calorie, and then it's not a lot of protein, or the protein is pretty lean. And yeah, so I think compared to like McGriddle, that's pretty bad. Although it's so good, but it's so bad. Have you had the McGriddle?
I have it. It's delicious.
Mm-hmm. And the do they still have the bacon what is it, the steak bagel sandwich?
I think they do. I haven't gotten that one often, but yeah, it's one where they have like the steak and the bagels, and then they also have one with just a normal steak. But it's like you keep upping the other, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that it had your mouth all greasy, but it's good. I mean, by the time you get through eating it, your lips all greasy, all that juice running down your fingers and everything, but well worth the mess. Yep. It had your mouth kind of juicy, but it's good. Now, one of the things, or should I say two of the things? Well, one of the things I like to do when I'm in another country, I want to go to the Starbucks and I want to go to the McDonald's because they always have something you can't get at home. So
I
that is
agree.
like one of my favorite things. I don't put a lot of pressure on myself when I travel. You know, it's like, oh, you got to eat this, you got to eat that. I'm going to try something amazing local, but because I'm doing those excursions almost every day, that's how my grandmother trained me to get up and do those excursions. Don't sit around, you know, get out and do stuff. So I have to grab something, you know. Um, and I mean, I remember in 2018 when I was like gone for like 2 months, right? I actually lost weight, and I mean, I ate everything that didn't eat me first, but I was moving around so much, you know. And one day on my phone, I don't usually count steps; I count miles. I think I had put 14 miles in that day. Yeah, I always say I'm gonna have to go back just to find my behind. 14 miles that day. Yeah. So okay. Cheers, everyone. Uh, oh, thank you so much, Connie Balmer. I appreciate it. Thank you, Angela. Yeah, my brother was very sick. He was terminal 5 years ago. And much to everybody's surprise, he just kept living and living and living. And the doctors were amazed. And all the only thing I could say is I asked the Sussex squad to pray for him, and 5 years later, he was still going strong until he wasn't. So, um, that's why I would say pray. It works. It works. And I told him too one time. I said, "Well, you know, my people are praying for you." Okay, love you guys. Good morning. Good night.
Yeah, thank you very much, Darren.